Edward is the Alpha's dangerous brother, the pack's enforcer. Maya is a stray from another pack living under their roof. They are forced to live in the same house, and it is pure torture. Every look is glare. Every word is a weapon. They weren't always like this. Years ago, something terrible happened between them. It was a deeply painful, traumatic event that neither of them will ever talk about. That secret broke their bond and turned their love into bitter, poisonous hate. They exist in a cold war, barely able to stand being in the same room. But now, a real war is coming. A terrifying, deadly enemy is attacking their borders, threatening to kill everyone they know. The world is breaking around them. To survive, Maya and Edward must push down their personal hatred. When the bullets fly and claws come out, they have to have each other's backs. Forced together on the dark front lines, the intensity of the violence sparks something dangerous between them. The hate shifts into frantic, raw desperation. With death waiting outside the door, they collide in raw, painful fucking, a mix of rage, tears, and a desperate need to feel alive. They have to hold on to each other until the war ends. But if they survive the enemy, they will finally have to face the sickening truth of their past before it destroys them completely.
I knew Edward was home before I saw him. The house told me. Silvercrest's pack house was never quiet. Not really. There was always someone moving through the halls, someone laughing too loudly in the kitchen, someone dragging muddy boots over Brenda's clean floors and earning a curse sharp enough to cut bone. But this morning the house had gone still in that particular way it always did when he returned. Like every wall had remembered it was built around a weapon. My wolf lifted her head inside me. I hated her for it. Not him, I warned her. She ignored me, pressing against my ribs with a low, aching awareness that made my fingers curl around the edge of my blanket. Edward Blackwood, Alpha J's younger brother, Silvercrest's enforcer, the nightmare parents threatened their children with when they wandered too close to the northern borders. My mate, my enemy. I lay there for one more breath, staring at the ceiling above my narrow bed, feeling the old bond stir like a wound reopening under careless fingers. 4 years had passed, and still my body knew him before my mind could reject him. Still, his presence crawled through the pack house and found me. I hated that most of all. By the time I made it downstairs, the kitchen smelled like coffee, toasted bread, and tension. Brenda stood at the stove with a wooden spoon in one hand and murder in her eyes. She was a round, gray-haired woman with the personality of a battle axe and the heart of a saint, though she would rather burn the house down than admit the second part. "You look like hell," she said without turning around. "Good morning to you two. If you start with me before breakfast, Maya, I'll feed your plate to the dogs. We don't have dogs. We have warriors. Same damn thing." I almost smiled. Almost. Elizabeth sat at the long kitchen table, already dressed for the day in a soft cream sweater that made her look gentler than she was. Jay's Luna had a talent for making kindness look effortless and command look quiet. There were maps spread before her, weighted down with coffee mugs and a dagger. That killed whatever almost smile had been forming on my mouth. Eric stood near the window with his arms crossed, his broad shoulders blocking half the gray morning light. Beta. War commander. Permanent scowl. If someone had carved suspicion into the shape of a man, it would have looked like Eric. He nodded once at me. I nodded back. That was the closest we had ever come to friendship. "You're up early," Elizabeth said. I could say the same. Her eyes flicked toward the doorway. She knew. Of course she knew. Everyone in this house knew when Edward came back. People breathed differently around him, spoke lower, watched their hands, watched their mouths, watched me. I poured coffee into a chipped mug and took the seat farthest from the door. A habit. A stupid one. Like distance had ever protected me from him. Brenda set a plate in front of me harder than necessary. "Eat." "Yes, ma'am." "Don't ma'am me. Makes me feel old." "You are old." She pointed the spoon at me. "And I still move faster than you when I'm angry." This time I did smile. Then the kitchen door opened. The smile died before it became anything dangerous. Edward walked in like he owned every breath in the room. He wore black, because of course he did. Black shirt rolled at the sleeves, black boots still wet with mud, dark hair falling carelessly over his forehead like he had either slept badly or not at all. A fading bruise marked his jaw. Someone else's blood stained the cuff of his sleeve. His blue eyes found me instantly. They always did. For one terrible second, the bond inside me pulled tight. My coffee burned my tongue when I drank it too fast. Edward's gaze dropped to my mug, then to my mouth, then back to my eyes. Cold, sharp, beautiful in a way that made me furious, because monsters should have the decency to look like monsters. "Still here," he said. My fingers tightened around the mug. "Still disappointed?" "Constantly." "Try therapy." "Try leaving." Brenda slammed a pan onto the stove. "Try shutting the hell up before I make both of you eat outside." Elizabeth closed her eyes for a moment, like she was praying for patience. Eric looked as if he might enjoy seeing one of us stab the other, purely for the change in routine. Edward moved to the counter and poured coffee. He didn't sit. He never sat near me unless forced. Maybe he thought I carried a disease. Maybe I did. Maybe grief was contagious. His scent reached me anyway. Cold pine smoke, rain, and blood. My wolf pushed closer to the surface, whining low in my chest. I shoved her down so hard it hurt. Jay entered before Edward could say anything else. The room changed again. Not with fear this time. With obedience. Alpha J. Blackwood had the same height as his brother. The same dangerous bone structure. The same darkness in his hair. But Jay's power did not snarl. It settled, heavy and absolute. When he walked into a room, the room belonged to him, because everyone in it knew he would die before letting it fall apart. This morning he looked like he had already seen death before breakfast. "Sit," he said. Nobody argued. Not even Edward. I stared into my coffee as Jay took the head of the table. Edward sat across from me because fate had always had a sick sense of humor. His knee brushed mine under the table. I moved mine away. His jaw tightened. Good. Jay placed 3 photographs on top of the map. My stomach hardened. The first showed blood in the snow near the eastern border. The second showed claw marks carved deep into bark. The third showed what remained of a Silvercrest patrol jacket. Elizabeth's hand curled around Jay's wrist. "How many?" Eric asked. 3 dead, Jay answered. 1 missing. Brenda went still at the stove. The kitchen suddenly felt too small. "Rogues?" Edward asked. Jay's expression darkened. Not the kind we're used to. I leaned forward before I could stop myself. The claw marks in the second photo were wrong. Too clean. Too deliberate. Rogues tore through things in rage, hunger, madness. These marks had been placed, measured. A message pretending to be violence. My old pack had once found marks like that on cedar trees before the killing started. "Where exactly?" I asked. Edward's eyes cut to me. "No one asked you." I ignored him and looked at Jay. "Where?" Jay slid the map toward me. I traced the eastern ridge with my eyes. Dense forest, old mining paths, narrow gullies that twisted down toward the ravine. Most Silvercrest wolves avoided that part of the border because the ground shifted after heavy rain, and the tree cover made visibility shit. But I knew those trails. I had run them before Jay gave me shelter. Before Silvercrest became a cage with warm meals and locked doors. Before Edward. "There," I said, touching the map. "If they hit here, they didn't come straight from the border. They circled down from the old Moonridge Trail." Eric frowned. "That trail collapsed years ago." "Part of it did." I tapped the map again. "Not all. There's a split near the ravine. Easy to miss if you don't know where to look." Edward leaned back in his chair. "Convenient." My eyes lifted slowly. "Say what you mean." "I mean you know a lot about a hidden route used to kill our patrol." The room went colder. Elizabeth looked at him sharply. Edward. But he didn't look away from me. He wanted a reaction. He always did. He liked carving until he found blood. I gave him a smile without warmth. If I wanted Silvercrest dead, you'd have known years ago. His mouth curved. That's supposed to scare me? No, just educate you. A low growl slipped from him. Mine answered before I could stop it. Jay's fist hit the table. The sound cracked through the kitchen. Enough. Alpha command rolled through the word. My wolf dropped instantly. So did Edward's. But our eyes stayed locked. Hatred stretched between us like a wire ready to snap. Jay looked at me first. You're sure about the trail? Yes. Can you still find the split? Yes. Edward laughed once, humorless. You cannot be serious. Jay turned to him. I am? She's not trained for border recovery. I was trained before I ever stepped foot in this house, I said. Edward's stare sharpened. Trained to run? There it was. The old blade. For one breath, I was not in the kitchen anymore. I was in the woods, barefoot and bleeding, branches whipping my face as something inside me tore loose forever. I swallowed the memory like broken glass. At least I'm good at something, I said softly, besides ruining lives. Edward went very still. Good. Let it hurt. Jay stood. Maya knows the route. Edward knows how to handle whatever is waiting there. Eric, you'll go with them and take 4 warriors. No, Edward said. Jay's eyes flashed. That was not a request. Edward rose slowly. You want me to babysit her through a kill zone? I stood too, because I would be damned before I let him tower over me like I was something small. I don't need a babysitter. No, he said, voice low. You need a leash. My wolf lunged, so did I. Eric stepped between us before I could get across the table. His hand clamped around my arm while Elizabeth caught Edward's sleeve. Brenda shouted something filthy enough to make one of the younger warriors outside the door choke. Jay's command slammed into the room again. Both of you will stand down! My breathing came hard. Edward's did too. Across Eric's shoulder, Edward stared at me like he hated the fact that I existed. I stared back like I hated that he still had the power to make existence hurt. Jay looked between us, his face carved from stone. War is coming whether the two of you can stomach each other or not. If something is moving through my borders, I need my best tracker and my best killer on the same path. Best tracker. The words should have meant something, but Edward's gaze dragged over me with open contempt, and whatever warmth might have sparked in my chest turned to ash. We leave in 20 minutes, Jay said. Chairs scraped. The room exhaled. Elizabeth touched my shoulder as she passed, gentle but brief. Brenda muttered curses into her pan. Eric released my arm only after he was certain I would not use my breakfast knife for something satisfying. Edward came around the table. Too close. Always too close, even when he was across the room. He leaned down until his mouth was near my ear, his voice quiet enough for only me to hear. Try not to get in my way. The bond between us gave one miserable pull. I looked up at him and smiled like I had never loved him, like he had never destroyed me, like there wasn't a grave with no name sitting somewhere beneath the trees. Try not to die before I get the chance to hate you properly. 20 minutes was a lie. It took 7. Edward was already waiting by the front steps when I came outside, dressed like he expected the forest to bleed for him. Black jacket, combat boots, twin blades strapped at his thighs. His dark hair was still damp from whatever quick shower he'd taken, but his eyes looked as if he hadn't slept in days. Eric stood beside him with 4 warriors. None of them looked at me for longer than necessary. Good. I didn't need friends on a border run. Friends asked questions. Friends noticed when your hand shook. Friends remembered what you were before you became something sharp enough to survive. Edward's gaze dropped to the knife at my hip. That's all you're bringing? I adjusted the second blade hidden at my back. No. His mouth twitched, almost a sneer. Comforting. Try to keep up. Eric stepped between us before the morning could become another crime scene. We moved fast. No unnecessary talking. No personal bullshit. Edward looked at me. I looked at him. Eric cursed under his breath and started toward the trees. The eastern woods swallowed us quickly. Silvercrest land was beautiful in the kind of way that made violence look holy. Tall pines cut into the gray sky. Mist clung low between the trunks. The ground was soaked from last night's storm, every step sinking into wet earth and dead leaves. Somewhere overhead, a raven called once, then went quiet. My wolf paced inside me. She didn't like this place today. Neither did I. The closer we got to the border, the more the forest changed. It wasn't obvious at first. A snapped branch here, a patch of disturbed moss there, the scent of fear buried beneath rain and pine sap. Then came the blood. Not fresh, not old either. Just enough time had passed for the air to thicken around it. One of the warriors behind me swore softly. Eric lifted a fist. We stopped. The first body lay near the base of a cedar, half hidden by fern and shadow. Silvercrest patrol jacket torn open, throat ripped, chest marked with deep claw wounds that didn't look like feeding or frenzy. They looked placed. My stomach tightened. I had seen dead before, more than my share. Death didn't shock me anymore. Cruelty did. Not because it existed, but because it always had a reason. Edward crouched beside the body. His face gave away nothing, but the muscles in his jaw jumped once. "Darren," one of the warriors whispered. Eric's expression hardened. "Fan out. Look for the others. Stay within sight." I moved before Edward could tell me not to. The second body was 20 yards east, thrown against a tree, hard enough to crack bark. The third was closer to the ridge path. Same wounds, same brutal message carved into flesh and forest. But the fourth patrol member was nowhere to be found. The missing one. That bothered me most. Dead wolves told stories. Missing ones carried warnings. I crouched near the third body and studied the ground. Rain had ruined most of the tracks, but not all. Silvercrest boots had come from the west. Attackers from the north and east. At least 6, maybe 8. Heavy steps, but controlled. Not wild rogues. Trained wolves pretending to be wild. "You're quiet," Edward said behind me. "I'm thinking." "Dangerous." I didn't turn around. "You should try it." His shadow fell over me as he came closer. The mate bond stirred, unwanted and cruel, recognizing his nearness, as if my heart had not spent years trying to forget him. I shoved the feeling down and pointed toward the ridge. They didn't ambush from the border. Eric came over. Then where? There. I stood and moved toward a cluster of trees. They used the slope to hide their scent trail, came down from above, hit fast, dragged the bodies into positions after. Edward's eyes narrowed. "You can tell that from mud." "I can tell that from the fact your patrol died facing the wrong direction." That shut him up for half a second. A small victory. I took it. I followed the broken line of signs toward the ravine split. The trees grew tighter there, crowding the path until branches scraped my sleeves. The air was colder under the canopy. Quieter, too. Too quiet. Then I saw it. A mark carved into the trunk of an old pine. A crescent split down the middle. 3 claw lines beneath. My steps stopped so suddenly, Eric almost walked into me. "What is it?" he asked. I stared at the mark, and for a moment the years fell away. Another forest, another border. My old pack scouts coming home in pieces. Elders whispering a name like saying it too loudly might summon him from the dark. Mace. I touched the edge of the carving. Sap clung to my fingertip. Fresh. "Maya," Eric said. I swallowed. "This is Mace's mark." One of the warriors made a low sound behind me. Edward's eyes snapped to mine. "You know him?" "I know of him." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one you're getting right now." Eric moved closer to the tree. his expression grim. Mace is a rogue warlord. He's been gathering exiles for years, broken packs, banished killers, wolves with nothing to lose. And now he's marking our border, Edward said. His voice had gone flat. That was worse than anger. I took one step back from the tree and looked toward the ravine. He's not just marking it, he's testing it. Edward moved past me. Then we follow. No. He stopped and looked over his shoulder. Excuse me? I pointed to the ground ahead. Don't step there. His eyes dropped. For 1 second he hesitated. Then his boot shifted forward anyway. Arrogant bastard. The scent hit me at the same time the branch above him trembled. Silver. I lunged. My shoulder slammed into his ribs, knocking him sideways just as the trap snapped. A wire whipped through the space where his throat had been. It cut through a hanging branch like thread. Edward and I hit the ground hard. Wet leaves crushed beneath us. His body rolled over mine, heavy and hot. One hand braced beside my head, the other already reaching for a blade. For half a breath, neither of us moved. His face was inches from mine. The silver wire hummed behind him, still trembling. A thin line of blood appeared along his neck where it had grazed him. Not deep. Close enough. His eyes locked on mine. The bond twisted. My pulse betrayed me. Then Edward pushed off me like my touch burned. "What the hell was that?" he snapped. I sat up, wiping mud from my sleeve. "That was me saving your life." I didn't need saving. I looked at the severed branch on the ground. "Your neck disagrees." Eric crouched beside the trap, careful not to touch the wire. Silver-laced, rigged to decapitate. One of the warriors muttered, "Moon above." Edward said nothing. That was how I knew he was furious. Not with me, with himself. I stood, ignoring the ache in my shoulder from where I'd tackled him. Mace expected someone to follow the trail. Eric glanced at Edward. "We pull back. Report to Jay. We need a full sweep before anyone comes through here again." Edward's eyes stayed on the wire. For once, he didn't argue. We marked the trap and gathered what evidence we could. No one spoke much on the way back. The forest seemed to watch us leave, silent and satisfied, as if it had gotten exactly what it wanted. The pack house gates came into view near midday. Something was wrong before we reached them. Too many people stood outside. Warriors clustered near the entrance. Elizabeth was there, one hand pressed to her mouth. Jay beside her with his alpha calm stretched thin. Brenda stood on the steps, apron still on, face tight with worry. 2 patrol wolves carried a wounded woman through the gate. Her hair was tangled with leaves. Blood stained her torn clothes. Her head lolled against one warrior's shoulder, then lifted just enough for me to see her face. The world stopped. No. My body knew her before my mind accepted it. Talia. My former best friend. The girl who used to braid my hair before festivals and whisper secrets under blankets. The girl who had held my hands and promised no man would ever come between us. The girl whose mouth I had seen on my mate's. My fingers went numb around my knife. Edward noticed. Of course he did. His gaze moved from me to her, then back again, suspicion sharpening behind his eyes. Talia's lashes fluttered. She looked fragile, broken, beautiful in the way snakes were beautiful before they struck. Her eyes found mine. For one tiny moment beneath all the blood and trembling, I saw recognition. Then she gave a weak, perfect sob. "Maya," she whispered, "I thought I'd never see you again." Everyone turned to me. Jay, Elizabeth, Eric, Edward. I could not breathe around the hatred climbing up my throat. I looked at the woman who had helped bury me while I was still alive, and my voice came out quiet. "You shouldn't have come here." The words landed harder than I meant them to. Or maybe exactly as hard. For one breath, no one moved. The warriors holding Talia looked between us like they had carried a wounded woman through the gates, and somehow dragged a war inside with her. Talia's mouth trembled. She was good. She had always been good. Maya, Elizabeth said softly, but there was warning beneath the gentleness. Edward's eyes cut into the side of my face. You know her. I kept my stare on Talia. I used to. Something flickered in Talia's gaze. Not hurt, not surprise, amusement. Then it vanished beneath another delicate shudder as she sagged against the warrior holding her. Jay stepped forward. Get her inside. Joanne is waiting. No, Talia rasped, reaching weakly toward him. Please, don't send me away. They'll find me. Elizabeth moved first, because of course she did. Her kindness was a reflex she had never learned to fear. She took Talia's hand and squeezed it. You're safe for now, Elizabeth said. No one is sending you back into the woods injured. I almost laughed. Safe. There were wolves who ripped your throat out with claws, and then there were wolves like Talia, who smiled while they placed the knife. Jay watched her with the stillness of an alpha measuring a threat. Who attacked you? Talia's lashes fluttered. Mace. The name moved through the courtyard like smoke. Eric's shoulders stiffened. Edward took one step closer, his attention sharpening. My refuge group was moving south, Talia said. Her voice cracked in all the right places. We thought we could avoid his patrols if we crossed near the lower ravine, but they were waiting. They killed everyone. I ran until I smelled Silvercrest. Her eyes found me again. I didn't know where else to go. Liar. The word pressed against my teeth. I bit it back so hard my jaw hurt. Because if I said it, Jay would ask why. And if Jay asked why, Edward would listen. And if Edward listened, then all the things I had buried would start clawing their way out of the ground. Joanne came through the gate with her healer's bag in hand. She was small, sharp-eyed, and impossible to fool on a good day. Her gaze touched Talia, then me. Only for a second. Long enough. She knew what seeing Talia did to me. Not all of it, not the whole rotten shape of it, but enough. Bring her to the infirmary, Joanne said, carefully. The warriors carried Talia toward the pack house. She kept her face turned toward me until the doors swallowed her. I stayed where I was. Mud on my boots, blood on my sleeves from the border, rage in my hands. Edward stopped beside me. Too close. What was that? He asked. An old mistake. His mouth tightened. Yours or hers? I turned my head slowly. Careful, Edward. His eyes dropped to my lips, then snapped back up as if the movement angered him. You looked ready to kill an injured woman. She's not as injured as she wants you to think. You would know? I know Talia. Do you? He asked, voice going colder. Or is this about me? There it was. My stomach twisted. I gave him a smile made of glass. I promise, not everything terrible in my life is about you. His expression hardened. You hated her before she even opened her mouth. Yes. Because of one night. One night. The word struck something deep and ugly. One night. As if a life could not be split open between sunset and dawn. As if a woman could not walk into a room carrying hope and leave it with nothing but blood waiting at the end of a dark trail. I stepped closer before I realized I'd moved. Don't talk about things you don't understand. Edward's eyes flashed. Then explain them. For one wild second, I almost did. I almost told him about the celebration at Moonridge, about the lanterns hanging in the trees and the drumbeat shaking the ground beneath my feet, about how I had stood in my room with both hands pressed to my stomach, smiling like a fool because I thought I was carrying a future. Our future. I was so young at that moment, so stupid with happiness. I remembered Talia laughing behind me as she fixed a pin in my hair. He's going to lose his mind, she'd said. I had believed she meant with joy. I remembered walking through the old pack house, looking for Edward, my heart racing so hard I could barely breathe. I remembered the taste of berry wine on my tongue, though I had only taken one sip before fear for the baby made me put the cup down. I remembered the half-open door, Talia's soft moan, Edward's dark head bent over hers, her fingers buried in his hair, his mouth on hers. And the worst part, the part that still woke me some nights with my nails dug into my own palms, was that Talia had opened her eyes. She had looked right at me over his shoulder, and she had smiled. Not much, just enough to kill me. Then I ran. I ran before Edward could see me, before he could lie, before she could laugh, before the child inside me could become another reason for him to pity me. I ran into the trees, and the night ran with me. Maya! Edward's voice dragged me back. I blinked, and the courtyard returned. Silvercrest gates, warriors watching too carefully. Eric pretending not to listen. Jay near the steps, speaking quietly with Elizabeth. Edward was still waiting for an answer. He had no idea he had asked for a ghost. I stepped away from him. Ask Talia. I'm sure she has a story ready. His face closed. You always do that. Do what? Throw knives and run before anyone can throw one back. A laugh left me. It sounded wrong. Maybe you should aim better. I walked past him before he could answer. Inside, the pack house had become a nest of whispers. By evening, everyone knew the basics. Talia had come from my old territory. Talia had survived Mace. Talia and I had once been close. That was how rumors worked. They loved bones, but never cared about the body. Jay called a brief meeting in his office after Joanne stitched Talia's wounds. I stood near the window with my arms folded. Edward leaned against the wall opposite me, silent and watchful. Eric stood beside Jay's desk. Elizabeth sat close enough to her mate that their shoulders touched. She stays under guard until we verify her story, Jay said. No, I said. Every eye turned to me. Jay's brows lowered. Do you have a reason? Several. None I could survive saying out loud. She lies, I said. Edward gave a low, humorless sound. That's specific. I ignored him. You can't trust her. Jay studied me. Did she betray your old pack? My throat tightened. Not the pack. Me. I don't know what she did after I left. Edward's stare burned. After I left. He hated that phrase. I could feel it. The bond carried anger too well. Elizabeth spoke gently. Maya, if there is something we need to know, tell us. I looked at her and almost hated her kindness, because kindness invited confession, and confession demanded blood. I already told you what you need to know, I said. Jay was quiet for a long moment, then he nodded once. She stays, under guard. No access to maps, weapons, or the lower levels. Eric assigned 2 wolves outside her room. Eric nodded. My hands curled into fists. Edward noticed. Of course he noticed. Later, I found the kitchen empty except for the low fire in the stove and the scent of bread cooling beneath a cloth. Brenda had left a plate for me on the table. I didn't touch it. I needed air. I made it as far as the back corridor before a voice slid out of the shadows. You still walk like you're expecting the world to bite. I stopped. Talia stood near the linen closet in a borrowed robe, one hand pressed dramatically against her bandaged ribs. Her hair had been washed. The blood was gone. The fragile mask remained. No guards in sight. Of course. My knife was in my hand before I remembered reaching for it. Talia's gaze dropped to the blade. Still dramatic, too. You have 10 seconds to explain why I shouldn't open your throat. She smiled. There she was, the real one. Poor Maybird, she said softly. All these years, and you still think violence makes you less broken. The nickname hit like a slap. Don't call me that. Why? You used to love it. I used to love a lot of things that were rotten underneath. Her smile sharpened. Edward, for example? My wolf surged. Talia saw it and leaned closer, voice sweet as poison. He was always easy to distract. A touch, a smile, A woman willing to give him what you were too proud to offer. I moved. My hand closed around the front of her robe and slammed her back against the wall hard enough to rattle the picture frame beside us. Her breath left in a soft gasp, but her eyes glittered. "You don't get to say his name to me," I whispered. Footsteps sounded at the end of the hall. "Maya?" "Brenda." I released Talia so fast she nearly slid down the wall. Brenda appeared with a folded stack of towels in her arms, her gaze moving between my knife, Talia's robe, and the smile Talia was trying to hide. "You lost?" Brenda asked Talia. Talia's face crumpled instantly. "I was looking for the infirmary. I felt dizzy." Brenda's eyes narrowed. She did not believe her. Not fully. "Then you can be dizzy with a guard," Brenda said. "Move." Talia lowered her head and passed me. For 1 second, as Brenda turned to lead her away, Talia leaned close enough for only me to hear. "Careful," she whispered. "If you tell them the truth, I'll tell Edward what you buried." The corridor narrowed around me. Not truly. The walls stayed where they were. The floor beneath my boots remained solid, and Brenda was only a few steps ahead with her stack of towels and her suspicious eyes. But inside my chest, something folded in on itself. Talia knew, or she thought she knew enough. My knife was still warm in my hand. One movement, one clean slice. That was all it would take to shut her mouth forever. Talia smiled like she could hear the thought. Brenda turned back. "Maya?" I closed my fingers tighter around the blade, then forced them open. "I'm fine." Brenda looked at me, then at Talia. Her mouth pinched. She didn't believe either of us, which was one of the reasons I loved her, and one of the reasons she was dangerous. "Then put the knife away before someone stupid walks into it," she said. Talia lowered her eyes, playing wounded and fragile again, as if she had not just reached into my chest and squeezed the oldest grief she could find. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset her." I laughed once. Brenda's expression hardened. "You! Move!" Talia obeyed, but as she passed me, her shoulder brushed mine. Deliberate. A reminder. My wolf lunged so violently I nearly saw red at the edges of my vision. I stood there until Brenda dragged Talia back toward the infirmary, and the hallway swallowed their footsteps. Only then did I breathe. Badly. The air went in like glass. I had spent years keeping one secret buried under another. Edward, Talia, the child, the attack, the blood. Joanne's hands trembling as she tried to save what was already gone. I had thought silence was control. Now Talia had walked into Silvercrest wearing bandages and lies, and suddenly silence felt like a leash around my throat. By morning, the pack house was restless. It started with boots in the hallway before dawn. Low voices, doors opening and closing. Warriors moving with that clipped, purposeful tension that meant the border had spoken again. By the time Brenda shoved a cup of coffee into my hand, Jay had called a war council. "Drink," she ordered. "I'm not hungry." "I said drink, not confess your feelings." I took the cup because arguing with Brenda before sunrise required more strength than I had. Her gaze softened for half a heartbeat. "That girl bothering you?" I looked toward the hall leading to the infirmary. Talia had not been allowed to wander again after last night. Jay had doubled her guard when Brenda reported finding her near the back corridor. Talia had cried. She had apologized. She had claimed dizziness, confusion, and fear. People wanted to believe wounded women, especially beautiful ones. "She breathes," I said. "That bothers me." Brenda studied me for a long moment, then nodded as if that was a perfectly reasonable answer. "Try not to murder anyone before breakfast. Makes a mess." No promises. The War Council gathered in Jay's office, though it felt less like an office and more like the inside of a clenched fist. Maps covered the desk. The eastern border was marked with black stones, the lower village with red. The old Moonridge territory sat beyond the ridgeline, faded ink and abandoned paths that most Silvercrest wolves treated like dead ground. I didn't. Dead ground still had teeth. Jay stood behind the desk, Elizabeth beside him. Eric leaned over the maps, one hand braced on the wood. Joanne had been called in too, her healer's bag at her feet, her face drawn with worry she was trying to hide. Edward stood near the window. Of course he did. Dark clothes, sharp jaw, eyes like winter cutting across the room the second I entered. The Bond noticed him. I hated the Bond more every day. Jay didn't waste time. Another patrol found traps half a mile from the lower ridge. Silver wire, wolfsbane coating. Whoever placed them knew our patrol rotation. Eric's voice was grim. That is not a guess anymore. Someone is feeding Mace information. The room went still. Elizabeth's fingers tightened around the back of Jay's chair. Could it have been taken from the bodies? Not enough, Eric said. The rotation changed after the first attack. Only commanders and house personnel had access. Edward's eyes moved to me. Slowly, predictably. I smiled without warmth. If you're going to accuse me, do it with your whole chest. His expression did not change. You know the trails. You knew Mace's mark. Talia arrives and you nearly gut her in the hallway. Your talent for noticing everything except the obvious is impressive. Maya, Jay warned. I stepped toward the map before Edward could answer. Mace isn't just hitting patrols, he's mapping response time. Eric's eyes narrowed. Explain. I pointed to the black stones. First attack here. Second trapline here. Lower ridge here. Those aren't random. He's pushing closer while keeping you looking east. Edward crossed his arms. And where should we look? Wherever you decide to point. I ignored him. Moonridge trails. Jay's gaze sharpened. I tapped the faded lines on the old map. Most of your wolves think these paths collapsed. Some did. Most didn't. They branch under the ridge and come out near the eastern watchtower. If Mace is using them, he can move men close enough to watch Silvercrest without crossing the main border. Eric studied the map. That would explain how they keep vanishing. It would also explain why he marked the pine near the ravine, I said. He wanted us to see it. He wanted us angry enough to follow the wrong path. Edward's voice was low. Or you want us chasing ghosts through your old territory. My patience snapped. No, I said, looking straight at him. You would rather let this pack bleed than admit I'm useful. Silence dropped hard. Edward pushed off the wall. Careful. I have been careful, I said. I have swallowed every insult you spat at me because I needed a roof and Jay gave me one. I have let this pack look at me like a stray because at least strays are left alone. But people are dying now, and I am done letting your pride stand between them and the truth. His eyes flashed. Mine did too. The air between us tightened, hot and ugly and alive. Jay's fist came down on the desk. Enough. The Alpha command cracked through the room. My wolf dropped low. Edward's shoulders locked, but he went silent. Jay looked at me first, then him. Maya is right about one thing. We need eyes on the eastern watchtower. Edward's jaw tightened. Send Eric. I am sending Eric to the lower ridge with the main team. Jay moved a black stone onto the map. You and Maya will take the tower. No, Edward said. Yes, Jay answered. I nearly laughed, but nothing about Jay's face invited humor. You two know how to survive, he continued. Maya knows the old paths. Edward knows Mace's fighters better than most, because he has killed enough of them. You leave before dusk. You observe. You do not engage unless forced. Edward's stare was a blade. You're trusting her with my back? Jay leaned forward. I am trusting both of you with my pack. That ended it. Not because Edward liked it, because Jay was Alpha, and even Edward's rage knew where to kneel. We left before dusk. The storm rolled in before we reached the ridge. Rain came hard through the trees, turning the ground slick and treacherous beneath our boots. The wind bent branches low, making the forest groan like something old waking beneath the roots. Edward walked a few paces behind me, silent as death and twice as irritating. You're stepping too loud, I said. I'm not. You are. I could be dragging chains and still move quieter than half the scouts you trained with. I ducked beneath a branch. And yet here you are, following me. His silence was almost satisfying. Almost. The eastern watchtower rose from the ridge like an old bone. It had been built generations ago, back when Silvercrest and Moonridge still traded warriors instead of bodies. Stone base, timber top, narrow ladder. Shutters warped from years of weather. It looked abandoned, but the sightline was perfect. From the top, the whole eastern ravine opened below. By the time we climbed inside, the storm had turned mean. Lightning flashed beyond the shutters. Thunder followed close enough to shake dust loose from the beams. The radio Eric had given Edward hissed twice, caught half a sentence about washed-out trails, then died in a burst of static. Edward hit it against his palm. "Brilliant," I said. He glared. "Do you ever stop talking?" "Only around people I respect." He tossed the dead radio onto the table. "Long night for you, then." The tower was too small for both of us, and all the things we refused to say. Rain hammered the roof. Wind pushed through the gaps in the shutters. I checked the arrow slits, the stairwell, the trapdoor. Edward checked them after me like he expected I had missed something. I let him. Men like Edward needed their little comforts. An hour passed, then another. The storm trapped us fully. The trail below had turned into a black ribbon of mud. Even Edward did not suggest trying it in the dark. He threw a rough wool blanket toward me without looking. I caught it. "What is this?" "Hypothermia is inconvenient." "How thoughtful." "Don't make it sentimental." I should have thrown it back. Instead, I wrapped it around my shoulders because pride was warm only in stories. Edward watched the rain through a crack in the shutter. The lightning carved his profile in silver-white flashes. There and gone, there and gone. For one heartbeat, he looked younger. Not gentle. Never gentle. But less like the man who had learned to wear cruelty as armor. Then he spoke. "Did you hate me before you left?" My fingers stilled on the edge of the blanket. The storm filled the silence for me. I should have let it. "Yes," I said. His head turned. I felt his stare before I met it. "Liar," he said. My wolf bristled. "You asked," I answered. "You didn't hate me that morning." Something inside me clenched. No. That morning I had loved him so much it had frightened me. I had stood in front of a mirror with my hands pressed to my stomach, smiling at a future that had never lived long enough to have a name. Edward took a step closer. "You left without a word." I laughed, but it broke halfway. "You were occupied." His expression sharpened. "With Talia." Hearing her name in his mouth made my skin crawl. "With my best friend," I said. "Yes." His jaw worked. "You never let me explain." The words hit the room like thunder. My grief rose so fast I nearly choked on it. "Explain?" I stepped toward him. "I saw your mouth on hers. I saw her hands on you. I saw everything I needed to see." His eyes burned. "No, you saw what—" A sharp whistle cut through the storm. Edward moved before I understood why. An arrow punched through the shutter where my head had been. It buried itself in the opposite wall, black liquid hissing along the shaft. Wolfsbane. Another arrow slammed into the table, then another into the floor. The tower erupted into sound. Edward grabbed me and shoved me behind him, his blade already in his hand. I snarled, fighting his grip. "Move!" "Stay down!" Outside claws scraped against wet wood. Not one set. Many. Through the broken shutter, I saw the first enemy wolf drag himself over the railing, eyes bright in the storm, teeth bared as more climbed behind him. Edward shifted his stance in front of me, and the tower walls began to fill with monsters. The first wolf came through the broken shutter with rain in his fur and murder in his eyes. Edward met him halfway. Steel flashed, bone cracked. The rogue hit the floor hard enough to shake the tower boards beneath my boots. Another came behind him, then another, claws tearing at the wet timber as they climbed up from the storm. Edward stayed in front of me like a wall. I hated walls. "Move," I snapped. "No." A wolfsbane arrow screamed through the room and struck the beam above us. Black poison hissed where it sank into the wood. I ducked under Edward's arm, drove my knife into the throat of the next wolf, and kicked his body back through the window. He vanished into the rain with a broken howl. Edward's head turned just enough for me to see the fury in his eyes. I said, "Stay down." And I said, "Move." The next rogue came in human form, soaked hair plastered to his skull, a curved blade in each hand. Edward took the first strike with his own knife. I caught the second with mine, our shoulders nearly touching. For one breath, the world narrowed, his back against mine, my blade following the opening his body made. His elbow lifting before I even needed room, my foot shifting because I knew exactly where he would step. It should have been impossible after years of nothing but teeth and poison between us. But our bodies remembered what pride refused to admit. Training yards, moonlit trails, younger hands, easier laughter. A time before betrayal had a name. The rogue lunged, Edward broke his wrist. I opened his stomach. He dropped between us, and neither of us looked down. Another arrow struck the floor, then the trapdoor below rattled. "They're coming from underneath," I said. Edward shoved a dead wolf away with his boot. "Then we make them regret climbing." The tower became chaotic. Rain blew through the shattered shutters. The storm roared so loud it sounded like the sky itself had joined the attack. Wolves climbed, fell, climbed again. Their claws scraped wood. Their teeth snapped at air. The room filled with blood and wet fur and wolfsbane stink. One caught my sleeve and yanked me toward the window. For half a second there was no floor beneath my heel. Only black air, rain, and the ravine waiting below. Edward grabbed the back of my jacket and hauled me in so hard I crashed into his chest. His arm locked around my waist. My breath caught. Not fear. Not only fear. His mouth brushed my ear as he snarled, "Pay attention!" I slammed my head back into his chin. He cursed and let go. "I was," I said. Then I threw my knife past his shoulder and buried it in the eye of the wolf behind him. Edward looked at the body, then at me. Despite the blood, despite the storm, despite everything waiting between us like a grave, something almost like admiration flickered across his face. It was gone too fast to matter. The trapdoor burst open. 2 rogues surged up from below. Edward kicked the first in the chest, sending him tumbling backward down the ladder. The second got inside, low and fast, blade flashing green-black in the lightning. Wolfsbane. I smelled it before I saw it. "Edward!" He turned at the sound of my voice. Too late. The blade slid beneath his ribs. For a heartbeat, he did not react. Then his face tightened. The rogue smiled. I stopped thinking. My wolf hit the inside of my skin like a storm breaking loose. I crossed the room and drove my shoulder into the rogue's chest, pinning him against the wall. My knife went up under his jaw and kept going until his smile died against my hand. He slid down slowly. I turned. Edward had one hand pressed to his side. Blood slipped between his fingers, too dark, too fast. The skin around the wound was already angry, the poison spreading in ugly veins beneath the torn fabric. He swayed once. I caught him before he fell. The bond screamed. Not with romance, not with longing. Pain. Sharp, brutal. Mine and not mine. "Don't," he gritted out. "Don't what? Save you again?" I dragged his arm over my shoulder. "You're becoming a habit. There are worse habits." "Name one." His knees buckled. I nearly went down with him. The remaining rogues howled outside. More claws scraped at the walls. The tower would not hold much longer. I shoved Edward toward the ladder. "Lower room, now." "I can fight. You can bleed dramatically later. Maya, move." Maybe it was the poison. Maybe it was the alpha command I did not have but borrowed from pure rage. Either way, he moved. I half carried, half dragged him down the ladder into the lower room of the tower. It was colder there, built from stone, with narrow slits instead of windows, and old storage crates shoved against one wall. An arrow struck the floor above. Wood splintered. I kicked the ladder aside, slammed the trapdoor shut, and shoved a crate over it. It would not hold forever. Nothing did. Edward slid down against the wall, jaw clenched, breath coming rough. I dropped to my knees in front of him. His eyes tracked the movement. If you wanted me on my back, you could have asked. I tore open his jacket. Keep talking. It'll make it easier to ignore you dying. The wound was bad. Not fatal if treated fast. Fatal if I let the wolfsbane keep traveling. I pulled the small leather pouch from inside my boot. Every scout from my old pack had carried one when we crossed the mountain paths. Crushed moonleaf, ashbark powder, bitter root. Things Silvercrest healers used in cleaner rooms with proper tools. I had learned in mud and screaming. Edward watched my hands. You still carry Moonridge herbs. I still like living. His mouth twitched, then tightened when I pressed cloth to the wound. You need Joanne. She's not here. That your professional opinion? That is me telling you to shut up before I make the hole bigger. He breathed a rough laugh. It died quickly. The poison was working through him. Sweat gathered at his temples. His pupils strained against the low light. I cleaned the wound with rainwater from my flask, then packed it with crushed bitterroot and ash bark. His entire body locked. Hold still, I said. Feels like fire. It's supposed to. Comforting. You asked me once if I was useful. I pressed harder. Try not to forget the answer. His hand closed around my wrist. Not to stop me, just to hold on. The contact went through me with cruel precision. Warm skin, strong fingers. The bond reaching like a starving thing. I should have pulled away. I didn't. Above us, claws hammered against the trapdoor. The crate shifted half an inch. Edward's eyes flicked up. I drew my second knife. If they come through, I said, stay behind me. His smile was faint and vicious. Never. Stubborn bastard. Always. Then his grip loosened. His head fell back against the stone wall, and his eyes unfocused. Edward? He blinked slowly. The fever had him now. His mouth moved once, soundless. I leaned closer despite myself. What? His voice came out rough, broken around the edges. I didn't choose her. Everything in me went still. The storm faded. The rogues above faded. Even the smell of blood seemed to pull back, leaving only those 4 words between us. I didn't choose her. He turned his face slightly, as if fighting something I could not see. Talia, I didn't... My fingers tightened around the blood-soaked cloth. For one dangerous second, I wanted to believe him. I wanted it with a desperation so old it disgusted me. I wanted to go back to that celebration. Back to the lanterns. Back to my hands resting over my stomach, while I imagined Edward's face when I told him. I wanted the half-open door to be a lie. Talia's hands on him to be a nightmare. Her smile over his shoulder to be something my grief had invented. But memory did not bend because I needed it to. I remembered running. I remembered claws in the dark. I remembered pain tearing through me so deep I could not even scream. I remembered Joanne's voice begging me to stay awake. I remembered waking with blood on my thighs and emptiness where my child had been. My child. Our child. I pulled my wrist free. Edward made a low sound, not quite my name. I finished wrapping his ribs with cold, efficient hands. Save your explanations, I whispered. You'll need them when you're conscious. The rogues retreated before dawn, not because we won. Because they had done what they came to do. Test us, hurt us, prove they could reach the tower. By sunrise, I had Edward on his feet and one arm around my shoulders. He argued for the first mile. Then the fever stole enough of his pride to make him quiet. When Silvercrest's gates appeared through the trees, I was covered in blood that was not all mine, rainwater, mud, and a kind of exhaustion that settled into the bones. Eric spotted us first. "Open the gates!" The courtyard erupted. Warriors ran toward us. Joanne came fast behind them, healer's bag already in hand. Jay appeared on the steps, Elizabeth at his side, both of them taking in Edward's weight against me and the blood soaking his side. Then I saw Talia. She stood near the entrance, wrapped in a soft gray shawl, her bandages neat, her eyes wide with practiced concern. "Edward," she breathed. He did not look at her. His hand tightened once against my shoulder. Talia saw it. She saw how close we stood, saw his blood on my hands, saw the torn strip of my shirt tied around his ribs, saw something she had tried to bury years ago lifting its head between us. Her expression barely changed, but her eyes did. Joanne took Edward from me with help from Eric. The moment his weight left my body, the bond pulled like an open wound. I stepped back. Talia watched me as Edward was carried inside. The smile she gave me was small, private, afraid. That night I could not sleep. The storm had passed, but rain still dripped from the roof in slow, uneven beats. My hands smelled of bitterroot, no matter how many times I washed them. From my window, I saw a hooded figure slip through the garden gate toward the old messenger stones. I knew the walk, graceful, careful, familiar. Talia. I should have sounded the alarm. I should have followed. But Edward groaned from the healer's room down the hall, and the bond twisted hard enough to steal my breath. By the time I looked back, the garden was empty. I did not know then what message she had sent into the dark. I would learn it later. One strip of paper, one neat, beautiful hand. The bond is waking. We need to break her again. I did not know about the note. Not then. What I knew was that Edward lived. By morning, Joanne had dug most of the poison from his ribs, packed him with enough antidote to drop a horse, and threatened to tie him to the healer's bed if he tried to stand. Edward naturally stood before noon. I avoided the infirmary. I avoided the war room. I avoided Talia. Mostly, I avoided myself. That was harder. Everywhere I went, the bond followed like a second shadow. It tugged when Edward breathed too hard. It burned when he was in pain. It whispered when I passed the hall near the infirmary, urging me to turn, to check, to care. I cared. That was the problem. By midnight, I ended up in the kitchen with a knife in one hand and a cold piece of bread in the other, staring at nothing while rain tapped against the windows. "You look like you're planning to murder that loaf." Brenda stood in the doorway, wrapped in a faded robe, her gray hair braided over one shoulder. "I haven't decided yet," I said. She crossed the kitchen and took the knife from my hand without asking. Brave woman. Or foolish. With Brenda, it was usually both. "Sit." "I'm not a child." "Then stop sulking like one." I glared at her. She pointed to the chair. I sat. Brenda moved around the kitchen with quiet familiarity, warming broth and cutting meat thick enough to remind me she had never believed in delicate portions. She set a bowl in front of me and waited until I picked up the spoon. Only then did she speak. "You've been walking around this house like something is chewing on your bones." "Several things are. One of them has dark hair and a bad temper." I stopped stirring the broth. Brenda's eyes did not soften, but her voice did. "Hatred is still a kind of attachment, girl." The spoon bent slightly beneath my fingers. "I know." "And?" I looked down into the bowl, watching oil shimmer across the surface. "Then I'll cut it out." Brenda sighed, the kind of sigh that carried years of feeding stubborn wolves who thought pain made them noble. "That's not how hearts work." "It is if you're thorough." "No, that's how wounds work when you don't care what else you destroy." I pushed the bowl away. "If this is the part where you tell me forgiveness will set me free, save it." "I don't care if you forgive him." Brenda leaned forward. "I care if you let that pretty snake in the infirmary poison whatever is left of you." My chest tightened. Talia is not helpless, I said. I know. That surprised me enough to make me look at her. Brenda's mouth flattened. I've seen helplessness. I've washed blood from helplessness. That girl watches too much for someone who claims she's only afraid. Before I could answer, footsteps sounded in the hall. Male voices. Edward and Eric passed by the kitchen door, heading toward Jay's office. Edward was moving slower than usual, one hand close to his bandaged ribs, but his spine was straight and his face held that familiar, infuriating coldness. He looked in. Our eyes met. The bond snapped tight. Then he kept walking. Eric's voice drifted back. The patrol routes were changed twice. Whoever gave Mace the information had access after the second change. Edward answered too low for me to catch. Brenda watched me watching the door. Eat, she said. I stood. Maya, I'm going to be useful. Of course you are. She picked up my bowl. And hungry. But why would sense start now? I followed Edward and Eric at a distance, close enough to hear pieces, far enough not to invite Edward's temper before I was ready to meet it with mine. Jay's office door was half open. Eric stood over the maps, tapping the eastern border with 2 fingers. These traps were placed where our third patrol would have crossed if we hadn't shifted them north. So Mace knew the old route and the changed route, Edward said. He knew timing, too. Jay's voice came next, quiet and dangerous. Only Command had the final schedule. And the scouts, Edward said. I stepped into the doorway. If you mean me, say my name. His gaze lifted. The bruise of sleeplessness sat beneath his eyes, but his stare was sharp enough to cut. I meant anyone with access. Cowardly wording from such a brave man. Eric muttered something under his breath that sounded like a prayer for patience. Jay looked at me. Do you have something? Not yet. Edward's mouth curved without humor. Then this should be enlightening. I ignored him because if I didn't, I would throw something heavy. I saw someone in the garden last night near the messenger stones. Every face shifted. Jay straightened. Who? I hesitated. That one heartbeat cost me. Edward saw it. You don't know. I know the walk. That is not proof. It was Talia. Edward's jaw tightened. You saw her face? No. Caught her with a message? No. Then you have suspicion. I took a step into the room. Suspicion has saved your life twice now. And nearly put a knife in an injured woman's throat. Anger moved through me hot and clean. You're still defending her. I am asking for proof before we accuse a woman under sanctuary of treason. Convenient. You never needed proof to accuse me. Something flickered across his face. Guilt, maybe. Or pain. I didn't stay to name it. The next time I saw Talia, she was exactly where she had no reason to be. The restricted east corridor was empty when I turned the corner. It led to Jay's records room, the lower armory stairs, and the locked map chamber. No visitors, no injured guests, no wandering victims with soft voices and sharper teeth. Talia stood near the map chamber door. Her hand was on the frame. Lost again? I asked. She startled beautifully. One hand flew to her chest. Her eyes widened. Her bandages peeked from beneath a loose robe, arranged to show just enough suffering. Maya, she breathed. You frightened me. I should try harder next time. I was looking for Joanne. In a locked corridor? I must have turned the wrong way. No, I moved closer. You turned exactly where you meant to. Her expression trembled. Then, very softly, she smiled. You sound tired, Maybird. The nickname slid under my ribs. My knife was in my hand before she blinked. Footsteps came behind me. Maya. Edward. Of course. Talia's smile vanished. Her body folded inward, as if fear had broken her spine. I'm sorry, she whispered, tears gathering fast. I didn't mean to upset her. I only wanted the healer. Edward looked from her to my knife. His face closed. I laughed once. You cannot be this blind. Put the knife away. She's outside the map chamber. I can see where she is. Can you? Because from where I'm standing, you only see what she wants you to. Talia made a small sound. Edward's eyes hardened. Enough. The word struck too deep, too familiar, too much like every time he had shut a door between us and called it control. I put the knife away slowly. Not because he ordered it, because killing Talia in front of him would only make her a martyr, and she had already stolen enough from me. Next time, I told her, turn the wrong way somewhere else. I left before either of them could answer. The training yard was empty under a bruised evening sky. Good. I needed something that could be struck without questions. I drove my fists into the hanging bag until my knuckles split. Then I used the knife posts, then the balance rail. Every movement had a purpose. Cut, turn, duck, strike, breathe. Do not remember Edward's voice. Do not remember Talia's smile. Do not remember small silver charms beneath cedar roots. The attack came from behind. A shift of air, a wrongness in the quiet. I dropped before the blade reached my throat. It hissed over my head and buried itself in the training post. Silver edge. Wolfsbane stinks. The man behind me wore a dark hood and moved like he had been trained to kill wolves who were stronger than him. Unfortunate for him, I had been trained to survive men who thought that was enough. I swept his leg. He rolled with it, came up fast, and slashed at my side. The blade kissed fabric, then skin. Fire spread along my ribs. Poison. I hissed and drove my elbow into his jaw. He laughed. You're quick, Maybird. The world stopped breathing. Only one person had called me that. Only one. My grip tightened around my knife. Who sent you? He lunged. I caught his wrist, twisted, and heard something snap. He grunted but did not scream. His free hand came up with another blade, aiming low for my stomach. Rage took me. I slammed him into the dirt, knee on his chest, knife to his throat. Who told you that name? His eyes glittered beneath the hood. Ask your pretty friend. Then he choked. Not from my blade. From the knife that punched through his chest from behind. His body jerked once. Twice. Edward stood over him, breathing hard, one hand pressed to his ribs, and the other wrapped around the hilt he had just driven through my only answer. The assassin went still. I stared at the dead man beneath me, then at Edward. What did you do? Edward's face was carved from stone. Saved your life. I rose slowly. Blood slipped warm down my side. I had him. He had a poisoned blade. I had him talking. He was going to kill you. I stepped over the body, shaking with fury so sharp it almost steadied me. You keep saving me too late. Edward flinched. Not much. Enough. The yard filled with running feet. Eric arrived first, then two warriors, then Joanne with her bag clutched tight in one hand. She dropped beside the dead assassin, pulled back his hood. No one I recognized, but his mouth still held the shape of my old name. Joanne checked the blades, then the dark smear beneath his nails. Her face changed. I knew that look. I hated that look. What is it? Eric asked. Joanne lifted her fingers and smelled the residue carefully. This wolfsbane mixture, she said, voice suddenly low. I've seen it before. Edward went still beside me. My pulse began to pound. Joanne looked up at me, grief, an old memory tightening her eyes. Years ago, she whispered. The night I found Maya on the cedar trail. The training yard went silent. Not the peaceful kind. The kind that came before teeth. Edward's gaze cut to me so fast, I felt it like a hand closing around my throat. Jay had arrived behind Eric, his alpha presence settling over the yard, heavy and controlled. The dead assassin lay between us, with Edward's knife still buried in his chest. My side burned from the poisoned blade. That pain was easier than the old one. "What cedar trail?" Edward asked. I looked at Joanne. She looked back at me and regret passed over her face. Too late. "Nothing," I said. Edward's eyes sharpened. That didn't sound like nothing. I stepped away from the body. "Then clean your ears." "Maya." "No," my voice came out flat. "Dead." "You don't get to ask me about that night." Something moved through his expression. Anger first, because anger was the only language Edward trusted. Then something quieter, something uncertain. Jay stepped between us before the yard could split open. "Enough. Eric, lock down the grounds. I want every entrance checked and every guard questioned. Joanne, treat Maya." "I'm fine." Joanne's mouth tightened. "You were cut with wolfsbane," I said. "And I heard you." She pointed toward the pack house. "Move before I drag you." A few warriors looked away like they knew better than to smile. I hated all of them a little. Still, I went. The infirmary smelled of herbs, clean cloth, and memories I had spent years trying to bury. Joanne worked in silence at first, cutting away the torn edge of my shirt and cleaning the shallow slash along my ribs. It wasn't deep. The assassin had aimed to slow me, not kill me quickly. That bothered me. Death was simple. Captured was not. "This mixture is old," Joanne said finally. I stared at the wall. "Lots of things are. Maya, don't." Her hands stilled. I could feel her looking at me, the same way she had looked at me years ago when I woke screaming and empty, begging her not to tell anyone. Not Jay, not Silvercrest, not Edward. Especially not Edward. "I shouldn't have said what I said out there," she murmured. "No," I answered. "You shouldn't have." I recognized it before I thought. I laughed once, but there was no humor in it. "That makes two of us." She finished wrapping my side and pressed a bitter vial into my hand. "Drink." I drank because fighting Joanne was like fighting the rain. Pointless and exhausting. By the time I left the infirmary, the pack house had gone tense with whispers. Warriors moved in pairs. Doors were locked. Even the lamps seemed dimmer, as if the walls knew Mace had reached inside and touched us. I should have gone to my room. Instead, I followed the voices. Jay's office door was not fully closed. That was careless of him. Or maybe he knew I would come. I stopped in the shadowed hall, close enough to hear, far enough to pretend I wasn't listening. Joanne's voice came first. "The residue on the assassin's blade is not just wolfsbane. It's mixed with blackthorn ash and sleeping root. It dulls resistance before the poison takes hold." Jay was quiet for a moment. "You've seen it before." "Yes." "On Maya." A pause. My fingers curled against the wall. "On Maya's wounds," Joanne said carefully, "but also in Edward's symptoms that same night." The floor shifted beneath me. Inside the office, Edward went very still. I knew it without seeing him. The bond carried it through the wall like a sudden drop in temperature. Jay's voice hardened. "Edward." "I was drunk." Joanne's answer was soft. "No, you were not only drunk." Silence. Then Edward said, lower, "I don't remember enough." My breath caught before I could stop it. Jay didn't speak. Edward did. I remember the celebration. Moonridge had opened the West Hall. There was music. Too much noise. His voice scraped rough against the door. Talia handed me wine. My nails bit into my palm. "I drank half of it," Edward continued. "Maybe less. I remember thinking it tasted wrong. Bitter. Then everything came apart. Heat. Dizziness. My wolf snarled like he was trapped underwater. Joanne said nothing. Neither did Jay. I remember Talia touching me. Edward's voice dropped further. Her hands on my shirt. Her mouth too close. I remember trying to get her off me. My heart slammed once, hard enough to hurt. "No, no." "I remember the door opening," he said. "I think I saw Maya." I tried to say her name. The hallway blurred at the edges. I pressed my shoulder harder to the wall. "And then?" Jay asked. "Nothing." Edward's answer came like a confession dragged over glass. Pieces. A floor, someone laughing. Waking up sick enough to tear my own veins out. Talia crying. Maya gone. Talia crying. Of course. Beautiful tears. Useful tears. The kind women like her used to flood a room until no one noticed the bodies. Jay's voice was quiet. "Why did you never tell me?" Edward laughed bitterly. "Tell you what? That I let a woman drug me? That I was weak enough not to know my own mind? That my mate saw me with someone else and ran before I could even stand? You should have told me." "Yes," Edward said. "I should have." The words struck harder than I expected. Not because they fixed anything, because they didn't. A door behind me creaked. I turned. At the far end of the corridor, Talia stood half hidden near the servants' stairs, one hand resting against the wall. Her eyes were wide, but not with innocence this time. Fear. Real fear. Then she saw me looking. The mask came down fast, too fast. She lowered her gaze and vanished around the corner. I should have followed her. Instead, I shoved open Jay's door. 3 faces turned toward me. Joanne looked stricken. Jay looked unsurprised. Edward looked like he had been split open and forced to stand anyway. "So that's the story now?" I asked. Edward's jaw tightened. "It's not a story." "How convenient." His eyes flashed. "Convenient?" "Yes. Bodies start dropping, Talia starts sweating, and suddenly the night I saw with my own eyes becomes a tragedy for you." He came toward me. "You think I wanted that?" "I think you wanted a lot of things, Edward." His face hardened. "Say it!" I smiled with all the poison I had left. "You wanted her mouth badly enough to forget mine." The room went cold. Jay said my name, warning low in his throat. Edward ignored him. "I told you I don't remember choosing it. But I remember seeing it. And I remember you leaving." The words hit their old mark. He knew they would. "You left without a word," he said, without giving me one chance to explain. I stepped closer. "You think I owed you comfort?" "I think I owed you the truth. You didn't have one." "I had enough to know something was wrong. Then why didn't you fight harder?" There. The question tore out before I could stop it. Edward flinched. Not from guilt alone, from recognition. Because that was the wound between us that did belong to him, drugged or not, lied to or not. He had let pride sit where love should have been. He had let anger answer for him. He had looked at my hatred and chosen to sharpen his own instead of asking what had made mine bleed. His voice dropped, because I was furious. So was I. "You vanished. You broke me." His throat worked. "Maya, I was..." The word rushed up. "Pregnant. I was pregnant. I had carried your child beneath my heart while your mouth was on hers. I had run with our baby inside me. I had woken with nothing." My hand twitched toward my stomach. Edward saw it. His eyes followed the movement, and something in his face changed. "What?" he asked quietly. I stepped back. "No, not here. Not like this." Not with Joanne watching me with tears in her eyes, and Jay standing too still, and Edward looking at me as if he might finally start digging through the grave I had built. "Nothing," I said. His voice sharpened. "Maya." I said nothing. I turned and walked out before my mouth could betray me. This time I did follow Talia, or tried to. The servants' corridor was empty. Her scent lingered. Soft flowers, borrowed soap, and fear beneath it. I followed it past the linen room, down the back stairs, toward the east side of the house. Jay's office had another entrance, a private one. The door stood cracked open when I reached it. My pulse slowed. Inside the room was empty. The map drawer beneath Jay's desk hung open. One of the leather tubes was missing, the old Moonridge trail map. I moved to the window. Rain tapped against the glass. Beyond it, a shadow slipped across the garden. Cloak pulled tight, moving fast toward the trees. "Talia," I breathed. She turned once. Even through the dark, I knew she was smiling. Then she disappeared into the woods, with Silvercrest's secrets under her arm.
By the time I reached Jay's office, Maya was already at the window. Her hand gripped the frame hard enough to splinter the wood. Rain slid down the glass in crooked lines, blurring the garden beyond. But there was no mistaking the emptiness where Talia's shadow had been. "What happened?" Jay demanded behind me. Maya didn't turn. She took the Moonridge trail map. The words landed like a blade. For one breath, no one moved. Then Eric cursed low and vicious, and Jay's control cracked just enough for his alpha command to fill the room. "Lock the gates. No one enters or leaves without my order. Send wolves to the northern stream, the lower ridge, and the old prayer road. If she's still on our land, I want her dragged back breathing." Maya finally turned from the window. Her eyes met mine. There was no triumph in them. No, "I told you so." That would have been easier to bear. There was only exhaustion, a deep, quiet kind that made something rotten twist inside my chest. I had defended Talia, again. I had looked at Maya with a knife in her hand and believed the wrong woman was bleeding. "Maya," I started, "don't." Her voice was soft, which was worse than shouting. "Your apologies always arrive after the wound." I had no answer for that, because she was right. A warrior burst into the office before any of us could speak again. His hair was soaked from the rain, blood streaking one side of his face. "Alpha," he gasped. "Smoke from Ashfall Outpost. Runners came through the West Trail. They said rogues hit from behind the ridge." Jay's eyes snapped to the map table. Behind the ridge, where only the old Moonridge paths led. Maya went still. Eric looked at the open drawer. "Talia didn't run," he said. "She delivered the route." Jay's jaw tightened. "How many at the outpost?" 23, the warrior answered. 7 fighters. The rest are families and wounded from the lower patrols. My wolf slammed against my ribs. Children, injured, people who could not outrun fire. Jay looked at me. "Edward." "I'm going." His gaze cut to Maya. She was already moving toward the door. "No," I said before I could stop myself. She turned slowly, the room sharpened around us. Eric muttered, "Not now." I ignored him and looked only at her. "You were cut with wolfsbane less than an hour ago." "So were you yesterday," she said. "You still stood." "That's different." "Because it's you. Because losing you would split something in me I didn't have the strength to name." I swallowed the words. Maya saw them anyway, or some piece of them. Her expression shifted, then closed again. Jay stepped in before she could carve me open with whatever answer she had prepared. "Maya knows those trails. Edward can break through the attack line. Eric will command the rear guard." His voice left no room for argument. "You leave in 5 minutes." Maya walked past me. Her shoulder brushed mine. The bond pulled so hard I almost reached for her. Almost, but almost had ruined enough. We rode hard through rain and mountain dark. Maya led from the front. She moved like the forest belonged to her, like every root and stone had once whispered its name into her hands. She took us off the main road within the first mile, down a narrow deer path that cut between black pines and wet rock. Twice Eric opened his mouth to question her. Twice the sound of distant howls proved she had chosen right. She never slowed, not when her side had to be burning, not when branches tore at her sleeves, not when the first glow of fire touched the trees ahead. Ashfall Outpost sat in a hollow beneath the eastern ridge, built around an old stone watchpost from before Silvercrest claimed the mountain. By the time we reached the rise above it, the lower cabins were burning, Smoke crawled across the ground, wolves screamed in the dark, rogues moved through the outpost like sickness, dragging bodies into the mud, cutting down anyone who tried to flee toward the main road. They had placed archers along the ridge. Silver-tipped arrows, wolfsbane poison. No mercy. Eric's face turned hard. They boxed them in. Maya pointed toward the eastern slope. There's an old drainage cut beneath the outpost. If it's still open, it leads to a cellar under the stone watchpost. How do you know that? I asked. She glanced at me. Because I listen when places speak. Then she was gone, sliding down the slope before I could curse. I followed. The first rogue hit me near the wood line, and he came fast, teeth bared, blade raised. I caught his wrist, broke it, and drove my knife through his throat. My wolf wanted out, wanted blood, wanted Talia, wanted mace. Wanted to tear apart every hand that had ever reached for Maya in the dark. But there were children crying in the smoke. So I stayed controlled. Barely. Maya reached the first cabin before me. A young boy was trapped beneath a fallen beam, his mother clawing uselessly at the burning wood. Maya dropped beside them, shoved her shoulder under the beam, and lifted with a snarl that sounded more wolf than woman. I grabbed the other end. Together we halted aside. The mother pulled the boy free and sobbed into his hair. "Drainage cut," Maya ordered. "Go east. Keep low." The woman nodded and ran. A wolfsbane arrow hissed past Maya's face. I put myself between her and the ridge. She glared at my back. I had it. I know. That made her pause. Only for a breath. Then she drew her knife and threw it into the archer's chest. We fought our way to the stone watchpost, one bleeding yard at a time. Eric's team split behind us, dragging survivors from cabins and pushing them toward the drainage cut. But the rogues had been ready. Every open path was trapped, every retreat watched. This wasn't a raid, it was a net. Mace had not wanted the outpost, he had wanted us to come for it. By the time Maya found the hidden cellar door beneath a slab of moss-covered stone, half the outpost roofline was burning overhead. 3 injured wolves had made it with us, one older fighter with a broken leg, a girl barely old enough to shift with an arrow through her shoulder, and a young father bleeding from his stomach while clutching his unconscious daughter to his chest. Maya dropped to her knees and pulled the iron ring. The door didn't move. "Help me," she snapped. I grabbed the ring with her. Our hands touched. Heat cut through smoke, blood, rain, and rage. The bond recognized her before my pride could. We pulled. Stone groaned. The cellar door opened into blackness. "Down," Maya ordered. The others went first. I took the rear, killing one rogue as he lunged for the opening. Maya waited, blood on her cheeks, smoke tangled in her hair, knife ready. A beam collapsed somewhere behind us with a roar. The fire jumped. "Maya!" She dove through the opening. I followed and slammed the stone door shut just as arrows struck the other side. Darkness swallowed us. For a while there was only breathing. Ragged, afraid, alive. Then Maya struck flint and a small emergency lantern shivered to life, throwing thin gold light across the underground room. The safe house was smaller than I expected. Stone walls, low ceiling. 2 chambers divided by a cracked archway. Old storage shelves lined one side, most of them empty except for rotted blankets, rusted tools, and sealed clay jars that smelled faintly of grain. Above us, the outpost burned. We heard it through the stones, the groan of wood, the scream of metal, the distant howl of rogues circling like wolves around a wounded deer. Eric was somewhere outside with the rest of the survivors. If he lived. I pushed that thought away. Maya was already working. She gave the young father a cloth to press against his stomach, snapped the arrow shaft from the girl's shoulder, and checked the broken leg with hands steadier than any battlefield surgeon. She moved through pain like it had no claim on her. I hated that I admired it. I hated it more that I had never seen it properly before. I had been too busy resenting the armor to ask what had forged it. "Hold him," she said. I obeyed. No argument, no command, just my hands on the injured fighter's shoulders while she set the bone. He bit down on a strip of leather and screamed through his teeth. When it was done, Maya sat back on her heels and her hands shook once, only once. Then she curled them into fists. She knew I saw. "Say something," she warned, "and I'll use your ribs as a practice board." I wasn't going to. Liar. Yes. The honesty made her look at me. The lantern flame trembled between us. Smoke began to seep through a crack near the ceiling. Not enough to kill us yet. Enough to remind us the fire had not forgotten. I checked the secondary passage beyond the archway. It ended in a collapse 20 feet in, old earth and stone packed too tight to dig through quickly. Maya followed, one hand pressed against her wounded side. "We're trapped," I said, "for now. Above us is burning." I noticed. "Maya," she turned on me. "Don't use that voice." "What voice?" "The one that sounds like you're about to decide my life for me." I stepped closer. "I'm trying not to." That stopped her more effectively than anger would have. Her mouth tightened. "Try harder." "I am." The words came out rough. Too rough. She looked away first. In the main chamber, the injured girl whimpered in her sleep. The little child coughed against her father's chest. Maya listened, then closed her eyes for 1 second, as if she were holding herself together by the smallest thread. I saw her hand drift toward her stomach again. The same movement from Jay's office, the same almost confession. My chest tightened. "What were you going to tell me earlier?" I asked. Her eyes opened. The temperature in the passage seemed to drop. "Nothing." It wasn't nothing. "You don't get to dig because guilt made you curious." "No. I took the hit because I had earned it. But I need to understand what happened to you." A humorless laugh left her. "Now? Yes. While we're trapped under fire? There never seems to be a safe time with us." Her jaw worked. For a moment I thought she would answer. I wanted it so badly my wolf went silent inside me, waiting. Then she shook her head. "You don't want the truth, Edward. You want a version you can survive." The words slid between my ribs. I moved closer before pride could stop me. I didn't choose her. Her breath caught. "I know you heard me in Jay's office," I said. "I know it means nothing against what you saw, but I didn't choose her. I didn't want her. Whatever Talia put in that cup took pieces of me, and I was too ashamed to admit it." Maya's eyes shone in the low light, furious and wet. "I needed you to fight," she whispered. "I know." "No, you don't." Her voice broke, then hardened at once, as if she hated that weakness had slipped free. "You let me become the villain because it was easier than wondering why I ran." I reached for her. I stopped myself, let my hand fall. "I know," I said again, and this time the words hurt enough to be true. Above us something crashed. Dust rained from the ceiling. The injured wolves stirred. The safe house held. For now. Maya swayed when she turned back toward the main chamber. I caught her elbow before she fell. She stiffened. I let go at once. "I'm fine," she said. "You're not. Neither are you. No." We stood there in the narrow passage, too close, both bleeding, both breathing smoke, both pretending the bond wasn't dragging us toward each other with merciless hands. Her gaze dropped to my mouth, only for a heartbeat. It was enough. My control cracked. "Maya, don't," she said, but she didn't move away. I stayed still, every muscle locked. "Tell me to stop." Her laugh was broken. If I knew how, I would have years ago. Then she grabbed the front of my shirt and pulled me down. The kiss was not gentle. It was teeth and anger and years of grief finding the only language we had not already poisoned. She kissed me like she hated me, like she missed me, like both truths were knives in the same hand. I backed her against the stone, then stopped when she winced. Her eyes flashed. If you ask if I'm all right, I'll hit you. I was going to ask if you're sure. That silenced her. The fire growled above us. The world narrowed to smoke, stone, her hands. My name caught somewhere between her breath and mine. No, she whispered. I'm not sure of anything. I touched my forehead to hers. Then we stop. Her fingers tightened in my shirt. For once in your life, she said, voice shaking, don't leave me alone with this. So I didn't. The safe house swallowed the rest. The anger, the need, the grief neither of us knew how to carry without cutting ourselves open on it. It was not forgiveness. It was not peace. It was not the bond healed and shining. It was survival. It was two broken things reaching in the dark because the world above them was burning. When it was over, Maya turned her face away and cried without sound. That hurt more than any blade. I reached for her. She pulled back before my fingers touched her shoulder. The wall came up so fast I nearly felt the impact. This changes nothing, she said. I let my hand fall. The words should have angered me. Once they would have. Now I only nodded. I know. She looked at me then, suspicious of my surrender. Maybe I was too. A scream echoed faintly beyond the stone door. Then another, not from inside, outside. The rogues were still there. The metal ring above began to glow with heat. Maya's eyes lifted. Smoke curled through the ceiling crack in a thicker stream. The safe house door was burning. I reached for my knife. Maya was faster. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, picked up her blade, and stood like pain had never once taught her to kneel. Then, she said, staring at the firelight bleeding through the seams above us, let's survive long enough to regret it. The safe house door burned red around the seams. Smoke poured through the cracks in slow, choking ribbons. The injured wolves huddled behind Maya, coughing into torn cloth while the heat above us turned the stone ceiling into an oven. Maya looked up once, then at me. No fear, only calculation. There's a drainage cut beneath the east wall, she said. Old builders always made one. Help me find it. I wanted to tell her to stay back. I didn't. For once I learned. We tore through rotted shelves and broken storage crates until Maya found a rusted grate half buried behind a stack of clay jars. The screws had fused with age, but age meant nothing to desperation. I kicked it once, twice. The metal shrieked loose. Cold air breathed through the opening. Maya dropped to her knees and looked inside. Narrow, but it leads out. You first, I said. Her eyes snapped to mine. Not because you can't fight, I added before she could cut me with that mouth. Because you know where it goes. Something passed over her face, not softness, not forgiveness. But she didn't argue. She crawled through first with a knife between her teeth. The injured girl followed, then the young father with his daughter clutched tight to his chest. I dragged the wolf with the broken leg through last while the burning door above finally split with a crack like thunder. Rogues shouted. Firelight flooded the chamber behind us. Too late. We crawled through mud, smoke, and old stone until the tunnel spat us out beneath a slope of wet ferns east of the outpost. Maya was already there, pulling survivors into cover and pointing them toward the tree line. The rogues had expected us to come through the main road. Maya had given us another way. Again. Eric found us at the edge of the woods with 6 warriors and twice as much blood between them. His face tightened when he saw the survivors. Thought we lost you, he said. You nearly did, Maya answered. No one called her stray then. No one looked at her like a burden under Silvercrest's roof. They looked at her like the reason people were still breathing. I saw her notice. I saw her pretend not to. By dawn, Ashfall Outpost was black bones and ash behind us. We returned to Silvercrest carrying the wounded, the dead, and the kind of silence that came after fire took names you knew. The courtyard filled before we reached the steps. Elizabeth came down first, her arms opening for the little girl, whose father finally allowed himself to collapse. Joanne was already shouting orders. Brenda appeared with blankets and hot broth as if she could scold death away through sheer stubbornness. Then the murmurs started. Maya found the old drain. She carried Lisa out. She held the lower path alone until Eric reached them. Maya stood in the middle of it with soot on her clothes, blood drying along her side, and her expression locked tight enough to break. I wanted to go to her. Instead, I stayed back. Not because I didn't care, because every time I reached for her, I seemed to grab the wrong wound. Jay met us at the entrance. His gaze moved from me to Maya, then to Eric. Report. Eric gave it, clipped and brutal. Talia had stolen the Moonridge map. Ashfall had been attacked through a hidden ridge trail. Mace's men had known exactly where to set their traps. Jay's face darkened. What about Talia? I asked. Elizabeth's expression shifted. Scouts found her near the lower stream before sunrise. Maya went very still beside me. She claims rogues took her, Elizabeth continued quietly. She says she escaped during the confusion. Maya laughed once. It was a terrible sound. Jay looked at her. She is under guard. She should be under chains, Maya said. She will be questioned. She will lie. Jay did not argue. That was the closest thing to agreement he could offer in front of everyone. Maya turned and walked into the house. I followed her 2 steps before stopping myself. Eric noticed. You look like hell. I feel worse. Good. Maybe it'll make you smarter. I glared at him. He only shrugged and went to help Joanne. For the next 2 days, Maya avoided me with the skill of someone who knew every shadow in the pack house. If I entered the kitchen, she left through the pantry. If I went to the training yard, she was suddenly needed at the lower ridge. If I waited near the stairs like a fool, she took the back corridor. I let her until I couldn't. I found her outside the armory at dusk, sharpening a blade that was already sharp enough to split hair. Maya, no. I stopped a few feet away. She didn't look up. I haven't said anything. You were breathing like you wanted to. Despite everything, my mouth almost curved. Almost. I wanted to talk about the safe house. The blade stopped moving, then started again. This changes nothing, she said. I heard you the first time. Then why are you here? Because I remembered your hands in my shirt. Because I remembered you asking me not to leave you alone with it. Because I remembered your silent tears afterward, and I have never hated myself more than when you turned away from me. I said none of that. I wanted to know if your side healed. Her eyes lifted at last. Suspicion, exhaustion, something wounded beneath both. It's healing. Good. A long silence stretched between us. For once I did not fill it with cruelty. Maya seemed almost angrier because of that. She stood and slid the knife into its sheath. Don't become gentle now, Edward, it doesn't suit you. Then she left me there with the words buried in my chest. Talia noticed the distance. Of course she did. She had always noticed the spaces where she could place a knife. I saw her watching Maya from the upper hall the next afternoon. Talia wore another borrowed dress, her hair loose, her wrists wrapped in bandages too clean to match the story she had told. A guard stood at the end of the corridor, but Talia had a talent for making cages look like rooms. I was coming from Jay's office when I heard voices near the side stairwell. Maya's first, low, cold. Move. Talia's answer was soft enough that I almost missed it. Still running from the truth? I stopped. Maya said nothing. Talia did. You should know what happened after you left. He was angry, hurt. Men like Edward don't sleep alone when they feel abandoned. My blood went cold. I stepped forward, but the angle of the hall kept them just out of sight. Talia's voice sharpened into sweetness. He came to me, Maya. Maybe not with love, but does that matter? He only wanted you because the bond made him guilty. A crack split the air, not wood, skin. I rounded the corner as Talia stumbled back, one hand pressed to her cheek, eyes wide and wet. Maya stood in front of her, shaking with rage. For a heartbeat, I saw the truth on Talia's face, and not pain. Victory. Then she crumpled beautifully. I only told her what she deserved to know. Talia sobbed. Doors opened. Warriors appeared. Brenda came out of the kitchen. Elizabeth stepped into the hall from the sitting room. Jay arrived a moment later, his alpha command dragging silence behind him. What happened? Jay demanded. Maya's chest rose and fell hard. Talia covered her face. I didn't mean to upset her, I swear. I only said that maybe if she had stayed, none of this would have— Shut up, Maya whispered. Talia flinched, perfectly. Jay looked at Maya. Explain. Maya's mouth tightened. Nothing. Again. That old familiar fury stirred in me before I could bury it, not because Talia was crying, because Maya was bleeding inside herself and still refusing to let anyone see the knife. Maya, I said carefully, what did she say to you? Her gaze snapped to me. Ask her. I'm asking you. Of course you are. The hallway seemed to shrink. I took a step closer. Talia said something about me coming to her after you left. Maya's expression went rigid. That's a lie, I said. Is it? The question hit harder than a fist. Yes. You don't even remember that night properly. No, I admitted, but I know I wouldn't. You know? Her laugh shook. You knew she was harmless. You knew I was jealous. You knew I was just being cruel. Your knowing has always been so useful. Jay's voice cut in. This is not the place. Maya ignored him. So did I. What are you not telling me? I asked. There it was, the wrong question. I knew it the second her face changed. But old wounds make old monsters, and mine had teeth. You disappeared, I said, the words coming too fast now. You hated me for years and never once told me why it cut this deep. Every time I get close to the truth, you bury it. Her eyes burned. Careful, Edward. No, I am done being punished for a crime no one will name. The hall went still. Maya stepped toward me. There was something wild in her now. Something broken open past rage, past pride, past anything either of us could survive cleanly. You want the crime named? She asked. My wolf went silent. Maya, Joanne said from somewhere behind Jay, voice tight with warning. But Maya did not look at her. She looked only at me. Years of hatred, years of grief, years of silence pressed into one breath. Then she screamed, You don't get to judge me when our baby died because of you. The world stopped. Every sound vanished. Every face in the hallway blurred. Maya's chest heaved as if the words had ripped their way out of her. Our baby died because of you. I went completely still. The hallway did too. No one breathed. No one moved. Even Talia's pretty wounded crying stopped as if someone had cut the sound from her throat. Maya stood in front of me with her hands curled into fists and her chest rising hard, like the words had torn their way out of her and left nothing but blood behind. Our baby died because of you. The sentence did not make sense, not at first. My mind rejected it the way a body rejected poison. It struck, spread, burned, and still I stood there waiting for it to become something else. A cruel metaphor. Another blade thrown because we had always known how to hurt each other best. But Maya's face was not cruel now. It was horrified, like she had not meant to say it, like she had opened a grave in the middle of the hallway and realized I was looking down into it for the first time. My voice came out wrong, small, raw, not mine. What baby? Maya flinched. That hurt too. Everything hurt too fast to name. Her eyes searched mine, and whatever she found there broke something in her expression. Rage slipped. Hatred cracked. Beneath it was something I had never allowed myself to see clearly. Grief. Not anger wearing grief's clothes, not punishment. Grief. I took one step toward her. She took one back. My hands were shaking. I looked down at them like they belonged to someone else. I had held blades steady inside battlefields. I had snapped necks without blinking. I had carried dying men and cut down rogues twice my size, but my hands shook now. Maya. My voice nearly broke on her name. What baby? Behind her, Joanne made a small sound. I heard it. I heard everything. Brenda whispering a prayer under her breath. Elizabeth's sharp inhale. Jay shifting beside me like he was ready to catch me if I fell or stop me if I broke apart violently. Eric cursing softly somewhere near the stairs. Talia said nothing. For once in her life, she seemed to know silence might keep her alive. Maya's mouth opened. No sound came. She pressed one hand against her stomach. The same movement from Jay's office, the same movement from the safe house. The same movement I had noticed and been too blind, too late, too stupid to understand. No, she whispered. It wasn't an answer. It was a plea. I hated myself for needing more. Tell me, I said. Her eyes flashed. You don't want to know. I do. No. A laugh tore out of her, broken and bitter. You want to know in a way that doesn't destroy you. The bond pulled tight between us, but it did not feel like heat now. It felt like a cord around my ribs being twisted. I'm already destroyed, I said. Maya stared at me. For one terrible second, I thought she might run. Then her shoulders dropped, not in surrender, in exhaustion. I was pregnant. The words hit harder the second time. My wolf went silent inside me. Completely silent. I found out 2 days before the celebration, she continued, each word dragged up from somewhere deep and wounded. I was going to tell you that night. That night. The music, the wine, Talia's hand offering me the cup, the bitter taste, the room tilting, my wolf snarling under my skin, Talia's fingers in my shirt, her mouth, the door opening, Maya's face, breaking. I had thought that was the worst memory I owned. I had been wrong. I had this stupid plan, Maya said, and her voice shook once before she forced it steady. I was going to wait until the lanterns were lit outside. You used to like the west balcony because it overlooked the cedar line. I thought I would take you there and tell you. My chest caved inward. I could see it, too clearly. Maya younger, softer in ways she had since burned out of herself. Standing beneath lantern light with a secret pressed beneath her heart, waiting to give it to me, waiting to give me a child, our child. And then I saw you, she said. Her eyes did not leave mine. With Talia. My jaw clenched so hard, pain shot through my teeth. I didn't choose her. I know what you say. Maya, I saw you, she snapped. And there it was again, that old wound with its teeth. I saw her hands on you. I saw your mouth on hers. I saw enough to understand I had been a fool. I wanted to tear the memory apart with my bare hands. I wanted to go back to that room, knock the cup from my own hand, kill whatever smile had waited on Talia's mouth. But time did not bend for grief. I ran, Maya said. Her gaze slipped past me now, seeing something none of us could. I couldn't breathe inside that house. I couldn't think. I just kept walking until walking became running. I took the cedar trail because no one used it after dark. Joanne stepped forward slightly. Maya did not look at her. There were sounds behind me, Maya said. Branches breaking. I thought maybe it was my own feet, maybe yours. I don't know. I remember falling. I remember claws, pain, dirt in my mouth, blood. My lungs forgot how to work. Jay's voice was low. Maya. She shook her head. No, let him hear it. He asked. I had not asked for enough. That was the truth splitting me open. I had asked why she left. I had asked why she hated me. I had asked what crime no one would name. But years ago, when she vanished, when she returned hollow-eyed and untouchable, I had never asked the right question. What happened to you? Not with patience, not with love. Not like it mattered more than my pride. I woke up in Joanne's infirmary, Maya said. She saved my life. Her hand pressed harder against her stomach, but not the baby. The hallway blurred. I blinked once. The world came back sharper and crueler. How far? I asked before I could stop myself. Maya's lips trembled, then hardened. Long enough to know. Her voice dropped. Long enough to love them. Something in me broke quietly. Not the way I broke other things. Not with rage or blood or violence. Quietly, the kind of break no one heard but never healed right. I looked at Joanne. Her eyes were wet. You knew. She was my patient, Joanne whispered. She was my mate. And she was shattered, Joanne said, voice stronger now despite the tears in it. She begged me not to tell anyone. I laughed once. It was an ugly sound. Anyone. I looked back at Maya. Me. Her face changed. Pain first, then fury. Good. Fury, I understood. Fury meant she was still standing. You buried my child, I said, the words tearing out sharper than I meant them, and never told me. The second they left my mouth, I hated them, but I could not pull them back. Maya recoiled as if I had struck her. Then she came forward. One step, two. Her grief rose between us like a storm. I was bleeding because of you. Her voice shook, then grew louder, filling the hall. I was alone because of you. I woke up with nothing inside me because of you. And you wanted me to come comfort you with the truth? I could not speak. You hated me, she said. You looked at me like I had betrayed you, like I had abandoned you. You let this whole house believe I was just some bitter stray who couldn't let go of a man who didn't want her. Maya, I whispered, no. Tears slipped down her face and she did not wipe them away. Do you know what it was like to hear your name in these halls after that? To feel the bond dragging me toward you when I wanted to claw it out? To watch you stand beside her and judge me? I never slept with her. The words came out desperate. Too late, always too late. Maya's laugh broke in the middle. Talia told me you did. Talia. My head turned. She stood near the wall, one hand pressed to her cheek where Maya had struck her. Her eyes widened instantly, soft and wounded again, but I saw the fear beneath it now. Real fear. Edward, she whispered. She was grieving. She misunderstood so much. One more word, I said quietly, and sanctuary will not save you from me. Talia's mouth closed. Jay's alpha power rolled through the hall. Edward. I did not look at him. If I looked away from Talia too long, I might kill her. Elizabeth moved then, calm and deliberate, placing herself just enough in Talia's path that the message was clear. Do not run. Maya drew my attention back without touching me. She used to come to me after, she said. Soft voice, sweet face. She told me you had chosen her, that I should be grateful you didn't reject me publicly, that the bond made you pity me, nothing more. I tasted blood. I had bitten through my own tongue. I remembered Talia crying that morning, telling me Maya had seen us and fled. Telling me Maya had always been too proud to love anyone properly. Telling me to let her go if she wanted to punish me. and I had listened. Not because I trusted Talia more, because believing Maya had left out of pride hurt less than wondering what had truly sent her running. Coward. The word rose inside me like a verdict. Joanne stepped between us, not fully, but enough to pull the hall back from violence. "There is more," she said. I looked at her. So did Maya. Joanne's face held the weight of years, of secrets kept because a dying girl had begged and a healer had listened. Maya was not only grieving, she said, she had been attacked.
The hallway folded inward around me. For years I had carried that night like a stone sewn beneath my ribs. Heavy. Private. Mine because I had not known how to share it without bleeding all over the floor. Now everyone was looking at me. Edward, Jay, Elizabeth. Brenda with one hand pressed to her mouth. Even Talia, still near the wall, her eyes too wide, too watchful. I wanted to disappear into myself. I wanted to snatch the words out of the air and shove them back behind my teeth where they belonged. But Joanne had already opened the door, and Edward was standing in front of me like the ground beneath him had vanished. "Attacked?" he repeated. His voice did not sound dangerous anymore. That made it worse. Joanne moved closer, careful, as if I were one wrong breath away from shattering. I hated that. I hated needing it. When Maya came to me that night, she had more than miscarriage bleeding, Joanne said. There were claw wounds along her side, bruising at her wrists and throat, wolfsbane residue in the cuts. She had lost too much blood by the time she reached the infirmary. Edward's gaze dropped to my side, the same side he had watched me favor after Ashfall. The same place old pain still lived under new scars. His jaw flexed once. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" Joanne's eyes flicked to me. "Because I begged. Because I woke up screaming your name and then hated myself for it. Because I thought if anyone knew, they would make me say it all out loud, and I could barely survive knowing it silently. I asked her not to," I said. Edward looked at me. The force of his grief nearly pushed me back. "You asked her not to tell me our child died," he said, each word rough enough to cut. "You asked her not to tell me you were attacked." "Yes," his eyes burned. "Why?" I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You still have to ask?" He flinched. "Good. No, not good. Nothing about this was good." Jay's voice came from behind him, controlled but tight. "Everyone out of the hall." No one moved at first. Then his alpha command cracked through the silence. "Now." The pack scattered like shadows. Doors closed. Footsteps retreated. Brenda hesitated, looking at me like she wanted to wrap me in both arms and drag me into the kitchen, where grief could be fed soup and scolded into shape. I gave her the smallest shake of my head. Her face crumpled, but she listened. Elizabeth stayed. Jay stayed. Joanne stayed. Edward did not look away from me. Neither did Talia. That finally snapped something in me. Why is she still standing here? Talia's lips parted, trembling beautifully. "Maya, I never—" "Don't." My voice came out low enough that even I barely recognized it. "Don't put my name in your mouth." Jay turned to the nearest guard. "Take Talia to the east room. 2 guards at the door. No visitors, no messages. If she breathes too loudly, I want to know." Talia's eyes flashed. Only for a second. Then the wounded mask slid back into place. "Jay, please. You can't believe I had anything to do with—" "I said, take her." The guards reached for her arms. She went with them, but not before her gaze found mine. There it was. Not guilt, not fear. A promise. My stomach tightened. Then she was gone down the corridor, and somehow the hall still felt poisoned. Jay led us into his office. The door closed behind us with a sound too final for a room that held no answers. Only more wounds. I stood near the window because sitting felt like surrender. Edward stood near the desk because coming closer to me would have been a mistake for both of us. Joanne looked smaller beneath the weight of what she knew. Jay spoke first. Tell me everything from that night. I don't remember everything. Then tell what you do. I looked at the rain-streaked glass. My reflections stared back at me, hard-eyed and hollowed out. I left the celebration through the west doors, I said. I don't know if anyone saw. I couldn't hear anything except my own heartbeat. I took the cedar trail. Edward's breath shifted. I kept going before that sound could stop me. I thought someone followed me. At first I thought it was you. My fingers curled against the windowsill. Then I realized there was more than one. 3, maybe 4. I ran. One caught my shoulder. Another hit me from the side. The memory came in pieces. Mud under my palms, a hand in my hair, the metallic stink of blood. The impossible terror of knowing I was not only protecting myself. I remember claws, I whispered. Someone laughing. Someone saying I'd gone exactly where she said I would. Jay went utterly still. Edward's head lifted. She? He asked. I closed my eyes. I don't know. It could have been nothing. I was losing blood. I was scared. No, Edward said. That one word was different. Not denial. Recognition. I opened my eyes and looked at him. His face had changed. All the grief was still there, but beneath it something sharper had woken. Maya, he said carefully, that night, before you saw me with Talia, she gave me wine. The room seemed to narrow. I did not move. She handed everyone cups, I said. That doesn't mean... It tasted bitter. My heart struck once, hard. Edward's voice was quiet, but every word dragged like glass. I remember drinking. I remember feeling wrong, heavy, like my wolf was fighting through water. Talia touched me and I tried to push her away. I wanted to cover my ears. I wanted to hear every word. She kissed me, he said. I remember the door opening. I remember your face. I tried to say your name, but I couldn't make my body move right. After that, there are pieces missing. Talia's smile from years ago crawled through my memory. He was lonely after you left. Men like Edward don't sleep alone. He chose me when you ran. My throat closed. Edward took one step toward me, then stopped himself. I never slept with her. I hated that my knees weakened. I hated that something inside me reached for those words like a starving thing. No, I whispered. His face twisted. Maya, no. I pressed a hand to my mouth, then dropped it because I refused to fall apart neatly for anyone. If that's true, then I could not finish. If that was true, then the picture I'd built my hatred around was wrong. If that was true, then Talia had taken his body, my trust, our child, and years of our lives with one cup and one lie. If that was true, then I had not only been betrayed, I had been hunted. Edward's eyes filled with a pain so deep it frightened me. Where is the baby? He asked. The question struck me harder than I expected. Joanne made a soft sound. Jay looked away. I gripped the windowsill until my fingers hurt. There isn't a grave. Edward went still. I couldn't. My voice cracked, and I hated it. Hated the helpless sound of it. I couldn't stay. I couldn't tell anyone. Joanne tried to help me choose a place, but every time I thought about burying them, it felt like admitting they were real enough to lose. My vision blurred. I blinked hard. It was raining the next night. I went to the cedar tree near the old trail. I had a silver charm. My hand drifted to the hollow at my throat where it used to rest. A little moon. My mother gave it to me when I was a girl. I put it under the roots. Edward did not speak. That was worse than shouting. I told myself it was enough, I whispered. It wasn't. The silence after that had teeth. Then Edward turned away, only slightly. But I saw him break. Not loudly. Not with the violence I had expected from him. His shoulders bowed as if an invisible blade had gone through him and pinned him there. One hand braced on Jay's desk, his head lowered. No sound came from him. I had imagined his suffering before, many times. In the ugliest corners of my heart, I had wanted him to feel a fraction of what I had carried, but watching it now gave me no satisfaction. Only more grief, because it was our child between us, not a weapon, not a punishment, a small lost life neither of us had known how to save. Jay's voice was rough when he finally spoke. Talia will be questioned tonight. Edward turned back slowly. No, she'll be chained tonight. Jay did not argue. He opened the office door and called for Eric. The beta arrived moments later, already armed, already reading the room like a battlefield. Take 4 warriors, Jay ordered. Move Talia from the east room to the lower holding cells. Search her belongings. Every bag. Every seam. Bring me anything with ink, silver, wolfsbane, or unfamiliar scent. Eric nodded once and left. I stayed by the window, breathing through the ache in my chest. Edward looked at me as if he wanted to cross the room and knew he had no right. For once, he chose stillness. For once, he did not make his pain louder than mine. A bitter part of me wanted to thank him for learning too late. Before anyone could speak again, heavy footsteps returned. Eric appeared in the doorway. His expression made the room go cold. Jay straightened. What? Eric's gaze moved from Jay to Edward, then to me. Talia's room is empty. My blood stopped. The window was open, Eric said. The guards outside were down, alive but dosed with something. And Alpha, his jaw tightened. Silvercrest's defense maps are gone. Edward's wolf rose in his eyes. Jay's command shook the walls. Seal the borders. But I was already reaching for my knife, because somewhere in the mountain dark, Talia had taken the truth and turned it into war. Jay's command still shook the walls when the house exploded into motion. Warriors ran for the gates, doors slammed. Orders snapped through the corridors like breaking bones. But I knew before the first patrol reached the tree line. Sealing borders after a traitor had fled was not a cage. It was an apology. Talia was gone, and she had not left empty-handed. I followed Eric back to the east guest room with Edward, Jay, and Joanne behind me. The door stood open. The window curtains thrashed in the night wind, and rain had already begun spotting the floorboards beneath the sill. 2 guards lay in the corridor, alive, barely awake. Joanne dropped beside them, fingers moving with quick certainty against their throats and wrists. Dosed, she said. Wolfsbane mixed with sleeping root. Not enough to kill. Edward stood in the doorway. He did not speak. That was how I knew he was close to violence. His silence had always been more dangerous than his rage. The room smelled like lavender oil, wet leaves, and something sharper beneath it. Talia had always liked pretty scents. She used them the way some women used knives, to distract from the blood. Eric tore through her travel bag first. Dresses, brushes, a cracked mirror. Nothing worth stealing. Nothing worth betraying a pack over. She would not hide it there, I said. Eric glanced at me. I moved past him to the vanity. Talia liked being underestimated. She liked people believing she was too vain to be clever, but I had known her before she learned to sharpen sweetness into a weapon. I pressed my hand beneath the vanity drawer and felt along the underside. A loose seam. There. Eric pulled his dagger and pried the wood free. Something wrapped in an oilcloth fell into his palm. Joanne inhaled sharply when he opened it. 3 small black glass vials rolled against his fingers. Wolfsbane, she said. Her voice tightened. Processed. Concentrated. Edward's hand flexed once. Claws slid from his fingertips. Jay saw it. Edward. Edward did not move. Eric kept searching. He found letters tucked beneath the mattress lining, more hidden inside the hollow leg of a chair. One rolled so tightly it had been pushed into the spine of a prayer book Talia had never intended to read. Jay opened the first. His expression hardened. Mace's mark. The name struck the room like a thrown blade. I should have felt triumph. Proof. Finally, proof that Talia was not some wounded woman I had hated for no reason. Instead, I felt nothing. A wide, dead nothing. Eric handed me one of the smaller bundles. I knew before I opened it that I did not want to. My fingers worked anyway. Inside were pieces of me. A blue ribbon I had lost years ago. A broken clasp from my old satchel. 2 torn pages from a journal I thought I had misplaced after leaving my former pack. And beneath them, folded with sickening care, was a strip of cloth. My breath stopped. I knew the stitching. My mother had sewn the hem herself because I had no patience for pretty work, and she had laughed at me for it. I had worn that dress to the celebration. The night I went to tell Edward about the child. The night I ran. The cloth was torn through the embroidery and darkened by old stains time had not erased. I heard Edward make a sound behind me. Not a word. Something lower. Something wounded, an animal. He reached for the cloth, then stopped himself before touching it, as if he had no right, as if even his grief needed permission. I folded it back slowly, too slowly. My hands were steady in a way that felt unnatural. She kept it, I said. No one answered, because there was no answer that made sense of it. Talia had kept pieces of my life like trophies. Jay read from one of the coded notes, his voice controlled with effort. The enforcer does not break from blades. Break him through the mate. The room shifted. Edward's claws sank into the doorframe. Wood splintered. Joanne stepped back, but I did not. Jay continued. The bond is dangerous if left to heal. Keep her angry. Keep him blind. If they turn toward each other, cut deeper. Edward moved so fast Eric barely had time to block him. Not toward me, not toward Jay, toward the open window, toward the forest, toward Talia. Edward, Jay snapped. The Alpha command cracked hard enough to make the walls answer. Edward stopped, breathing like every inhale carried fire. His eyes were no longer only blue. His wolf stared through them, savage and grieving. She was here, he said, in this house, eating at our table. Yes, Jay said. She touched her. His gaze flicked to the bundle in my hands. She kept that. I closed my fingers around the cloth. The old wound inside me did not scream. It watched. That frightened me more. If you break now, I said, my voice quiet, she wins again. Edward looked at me. Whatever he saw made his wolf recede by a fraction. Not gone, never gone, but leashed, for now. Jay folded the letters. Eric, double the inner patrols. No one leaves without my order. Send riders to the lower village. We start moving children and elders before dawn. Eric nodded and left. Joanne gathered the vials with cloth-wrapped hands. I'll test these against what I found in the guards, and against what I remember from that night. That night. The words had become a second name for death. I set the bundle on the vanity, because if I held it any longer, I might never open my hand again. Jay looked at me with something close to sorrow. Maya, don't. He stopped. I could not survive kindness from too many directions. Not tonight. I left the room before anyone could ask me to stay. The pack house had become a hive of fear. Warriors carried weapons through the hall. Mothers whispered to children. Someone cried behind a closed door, the sound quickly smothered. I made it as far as the kitchen before Brenda found me. Of course she did. She always found people when they were too broken to ask for help. There you are, she said softly. I'm not hungry. I didn't ask. She put a cup of tea into my hands anyway. It was warm enough to hurt. I stared down at it. Brenda stood beside me, not touching, not pushing. For once, she did not fill the silence with fussing. That nearly undid me. She kept my dress, I said. Brenda's mouth tightened. That girl has a rotten soul. She kept pieces of me like I was already dead. You are not dead. I laughed once. Parts of me are. Brenda reached up then and placed her hand against my cheek with the kind of gentleness that made my throat close. Then let the living parts be cared for. I looked away. I don't know how. I know. Her thumb moved once, soft and motherly. But you can learn. Before I could answer, a warrior appeared in the kitchen doorway. Brenda, Luna Elizabeth needs help with the lower village children. Brenda dropped her hand and straightened at once. Then she'll have it. No, I said. She looked at me. The word had come out too sharp, too afraid. Brenda's expression gentled. Child, I've been bossing wolves twice my size since before you were born. I can manage frightened pups and a wagon. Talia has the maps. And Silvercrest still has teeth. She squeezed my hand. I'll be back before you finish pretending not to drink that tea. She left before I could stop her. I watched the doorway long after she vanished. Somewhere behind me, Edward entered the kitchen. I felt him before I heard him. The bond had gone raw between us, stripped of all the lies we had used to muffle it. He did not come close. I can send someone after her, he said. She won't turn back. No, she won't. We stood in the quiet kitchen with everything unsaid pressing between us. Our child, Talia, the dress, the years. Edward's voice was rough when he spoke again. I am sorry. I closed my eyes. For which part? All of it. That should have angered me. It did. But beneath the anger was something worse. I believed him. A horn screamed from the south gate. The cup slipped from my hands and shattered against the floor. Edward was already moving. I ran with him. By the time we reached the entrance hall, Jay and Elizabeth were there. Eric dragged in a young border wolf with blood soaking one sleeve and terror wild in his eyes. They hit the lower road, he gasped. Not many. Fast. They knew the wagons would be there. My heart turned to ice. Elizabeth gripped his shoulders. The children? Safe. Most of them. Luna, His voice broke. They took 2 border wolves. Jay's jaw clenched. Who else? The young wolf looked toward me. I knew before he said it. They took Brenda. The world narrowed to one point. Brenda's hand against my cheek. Let the living parts be cared for. A black feathered arrow had been driven through the wolf's outer cloak. Eric snapped it free and handed the tied message to Jay. Jay read it once, then again. Edward held out his hand. Give it to me. Jay did not, so I took it from him. The words were written in a hard, ugly hand. Enforcer, scout, old mine road before dawn. No army, no alpha, no tricks. Come for the cook and the border wolves, or receive them in pieces. Mace. My fingers curled around the parchment until it wrinkled. Jay said, no. I looked at him. No, he repeated. I am not handing both of you to Mace because he waved hostages in front of us. I wasn't asking permission. Edward turned toward me. Jay's alpha power filled the hall. Maya. I stepped into it and did not lower my eyes. He has Brenda because she was helping your people. He has your wolves because Talia gave him your roads. I know the old mine route better than anyone here. Mace wants you exposed, Eric said. Then we let him think I am. Edward's voice came from beside me. Not alone. The old answer rose automatically. I don't need you. Stay out of my way. This is your fault. I looked at him. He stood there with grief still carved into every line of his face, but he was not trying to command me. Not this time. He was waiting. That mattered more than I wanted it to. I swallowed the sharp words. Fine, I said. Not alone. Jay stared between us, furious and afraid. Then he looked at Eric. The war commander gave a grim nod. Small team in shadow. Maya and Edward take the road. We follow through the ridge, cut and strike when we see the holding point. Jay was silent for a long moment. Then he said, Bring them home. Before dawn, I stood at the edge of the eastern trees with knives strapped beneath my coat and Talia's stolen lies burning behind my eyes. Edward came to my side. No apology this time. No demand. Only presence. The old mine road waited ahead, black beneath the fading stars. For years I'd run into the dark alone. This time, I walked beside him. The old mine road had not changed. It still cut through the trees like a scar, half swallowed by moss and years of fallen needles. The mountain leaned over it in black layers, and the last stars clung to the sky like they already knew dawn might not come clean. Edward walked beside me, not in front, not behind like I was something fragile he had to guard from the world. Beside me. Eric and 4 warriors moved farther back, swallowed by the ridge shadows. Close enough to strike. Far enough that Mace's scouts might believe Edward and I had obeyed the note. No army, no alpha, no tricks. Mace should have known better. The entrance to the Moonridge tunnels waited beneath a slope of broken stone. I found the marker where I had left it years ago, a split pine with 3 old cuts near the root. I crouched and brushed damp leaves away from the ground. Edward stopped immediately. "Tell me where you want me." The words hit softer than they should have. Once he would have said, "Stay behind me." Once I would have cut him open for it. I looked up at him. 2 steps behind my left. The floor drops after the first bend. He nodded. Done. No argument. No command. That mattered. I hated that it mattered. I pulled the rusted iron ring hidden beneath the leaves. Stone groaned. Dirt shifted. A narrow opening breathed cold air into my face, carrying the old scents of wet rock, metal, and things that had died underground. Eric appeared at the tree line. "This is the way." "One of them," I said. "Mace will expect the road. Talia would have told him I know it. She might not know about the lower vein." Edward's jaw tightened at her name. I looked away before his anger could feed mine. We slipped into the tunnel one by one. Darkness closed over us. The first stretch was tight enough that Edward's shoulders brushed stone. Water dripped steadily from somewhere ahead. Each sound came back doubled, then tripled, until it felt like the mountain was whispering around us. I moved by memory more than sight. 17 steps. Low beam. Left turn. Broken rail. Do not touch the wall where the old silver vein still bled through. Edward's breath stayed steady behind me. Too steady. Like he was forcing himself not to reach for me every time the tunnel narrowed. After the second bend, he said quietly, "There's silver on the right." "I know. I wasn't correcting you." I glanced back. His eyes caught what little light there was, blue and watchful. "I was asking if you wanted me to cover that side," he said. The old response rose in my throat. Sharp, automatic, cruel. I swallowed it. "Yes," I said, "cover it." He did. We moved deeper. Eric's team followed like ghosts. For all his suspicion of me, the beta knew how to walk a tunnel. No wasted steps, no fear scent spilling into the air. Only focus. The first trap came where the support beams sagged. A thread of silver wire stretched ankle-high between 2 stones. Thin enough to miss, sharp enough to sever. I raised one fist. Everyone stopped. Edward's gaze dropped to the wire. Then to me. "Mace's work?" he asked. "Talia's memory," I said. She knew I look up before I look down in old tunnels. The words tasted rotten. Edward's face hardened, but he only waited while I disarmed the wire and tied it harmlessly around a beam. The second trap was cruder. A hanging cage of sharpened stakes, meant to drop when someone stepped on a loose board. The third was a bell. That one almost made me smile. Almost. "Talia forgot one thing," I whispered. Edward leaned closer. "What?" "She always talked too much when she was proud of herself." I cut the bell free. By the time we reached the lower mining station, dawn had begun pushing thin gray light through cracks in the stone above. Voices drifted through the chamber ahead. Men. Rogues. One woman groaning in pain. "Brenda." My wolf slammed against my ribs. Edward felt it. I knew he did because his hand lifted halfway toward me, then stopped. He did not touch. He asked, "Can you hold?" My throat tightened. Yes. A pause. Then he said, Good. Because I need you clear. Not weak, not broken. Clear. I nodded once and crept to the edge of the opening. The mining station spread beneath us, built into a hollowed-out cavern reinforced by old beams. Rusted tracks ran through the center. Lanterns hung from hooks. 3 rogues guarded the far exit. 2 more stood near the hostages. Brenda was tied to a support post, one cheek bruised, hair falling loose from its pins. Even bound, she looked furious enough to bite through the rope. 2 border wolves knelt beside her, bloodied but alive. One rogue held a knife too close to Brenda's throat. My vision narrowed. Edward's voice brushed my ear. Plan? He asked again. I could have hated him less for that if I let myself. You take the knife holder, I whispered. Eric takes the exit guards. I'll cut the hostages loose. Edward's eyes sharpened. If they close on you? Then I kill them. A shadow of something crossed his face. Not doubt. Fear. He nodded anyway. On your mark, he said. Mine. I looked at Brenda. She looked back. Of course she saw me in the dark. Of course she did. Her eyes widened for half a heartbeat, then narrowed into a glare that said very clearly, Took you long enough. The laugh that wanted to escape me almost hurt. I lifted 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. The cavern became violence. Edward dropped first. He landed on the knife holder like judgment given bones. The rogue barely had time to turn before Edward's hand closed around his wrist and snapped it. The knife hit the ground. Edward's other hand drove him into the wall, hard enough to crack stone. Eric's warriors poured from the side tunnel. Steel flashed. Wolves snarled. Someone screamed. I slid down the slope and hit the cavern floor running. A rogue lunged for Brenda. I put my knife through his thigh before he reached her. He went down, cursing. I kicked him in the jaw and kept moving. Maya, Brenda barked, not now. You always say that when it is exactly now. I came to rescue you, not be scolded. Then rescue faster. My hands worked at the knots. They were tight, soaked with something bitter. Wolfsbane. Of course. I cut through the rope instead. Brenda sagged forward, but only for a second before she grabbed my shoulder and hauled herself upright. One of the border wolves choked. Behind! I turned. Too late. A rogue slammed into me from the side, driving me into a beam. Pain burst through my ribs. His teeth bared near my face, breath sour with blood and smoke. Well, look at you, he hissed. Still running into the wrong dark, Maybird. The old nickname froze the marrow in me. Maybird. Only one person had called me that like it was a song. Only one person had made it sound sweet before making it poison. The rogue smiled when he saw recognition. That's right, he said. She said you'd know the cedar trail. Said you always ran there when you were hurt. The cavern noise faded. Edward turned. I felt him turn. The rogue kept talking, drunk on cruelty. You should have seen how easy it was. Little broken mate, bleeding in the dirt. I drove my blade up beneath his ribs. His words stopped in a wet gasp. I shoved him back and followed him down, hand locked around the hilt. Do not speak about my child, I said. His mouth opened. Nothing came out. I pulled the knife free. Edward reached me before the body finished hitting the ground. For a second, I thought he might touch me. For a second, I wanted him to. Instead, he stood close enough to block the world and asked, Are you hurt? Yes. His eyes burned. Badly? No. A lie. Maybe. He accepted it because we had no time for anything else. Eric shouted from the far end. Clear! 2 rogues dead. 3 down. 1 trying to crawl toward the tracks with a broken leg. Edward grabbed him by the back of the neck and dragged him into the center of the cavern. Brenda was already on her feet, leaning on one of the rescued border wolves and glaring at everyone like she had been personally offended by the kidnapping. Don't kill that one yet, she snapped. He knows things. Edward looked ready to argue. I stepped beside him. She's right. The rogue laughed through bloodied teeth. You think this matters? A cook and 2 border dogs? Eric crouched in front of him. It mattered enough for Mace to bait us. Mace doesn't care about bait. The rogue spat red onto the stone. He cares about timing. My grip tightened on my knife. What timing? I asked. His gaze found mine. There was hate there. And amusement. The blood moon, he said. When your neighbors are trapped behind their own borders, and the mountain pass belongs to whoever has teeth enough to take it. Edward went still beside me. The rogue grinned wider. You thought he wanted a few trees? A strip of Silvercrest land? He wants the pass. He wants the Alpha Line gutted. Jay dead. The Luna broken. The Enforcer mad enough to make mistakes. Eric's expression turned deadly. How long has Talia been feeding him information? The rogue's laugh crawled over my skin. Years, he said. Routes, patrols, weaknesses, names. His eyes slid back to me. I already knew what he was going to say. I still could not brace for it. The girl was never your friend, he laughed. She was his knife. The words did not echo. They sank, deep into the stone, deep into my bones, into the hollow place where trust had once lived, before Talia carved it out and wore its face. Edward moved first. One moment he stood beside me. The next, his hand was locked around the rogue's throat, lifting him half off the ground. The rogue's laughter broke into a choke. Edward, Eric warned. Edward did not look at him. His eyes had gone wolf-bright, full of the kind of murder that did not care who witnessed it. How many? Edward asked. The rogue clawed at his wrist. How many were there that night? The rogue grinned through his struggle, blood slicking his teeth. Enough. Edward slammed him into the beam behind him. The wood cracked. Brenda, still leaning against one of the rescued border wolves, snapped. If you kill him before he talks, I'll come over there and beat sense into you myself. Edward's jaw flexed. For one terrible second I thought he would ignore her. Then his gaze shifted to me. I had not said a word. I did not know if I could. My knife was still wet in my hand. My ribs hurt where the rogue had thrown me into the beam, but the pain felt distant, almost polite compared to everything else. Edward let the rogue fall. Eric had him bound before he finished coughing. Take him, Eric ordered. Gag him if he starts laughing again. The warriors dragged the rogue toward the tunnel. He looked at me one last time. She knew you'd run, he rasped. She counted on it. Edward stepped forward. I caught his sleeve, not because the rogue deserved mercy, because I did not want Edward giving Talia one more piece of himself, even through another man's throat. His body went still beneath my grip. Slowly he looked down at my hand. I let go. We need him alive, I said. Edward's voice came out rough. I know. But his eyes said he hated knowing it. We took Brenda and the border wolves back through the tunnels as dawn dragged itself over the mountain. No one called the rescue a victory, not after what we had learned. Blood Moon, the pass, the Alpha Line. Years of Talia whispering Silvercrest's secrets into Mace's waiting hands. By the time we reached the pack house, the whole place had hardened into preparation. Warriors crossed the yard with weapons. Elizabeth stood near the steps, directing frightened families with a calmness that made even panic obey her. Jay was inside the war room, already bent over maps, though his face was carved with exhaustion. Brenda refused to go to the infirmary until she had checked the kitchens. Joanne threatened to dose her tea. Brenda threatened to pour it over her head. For one breath, everything almost felt normal. Then I saw the blood on Brenda's sleeve and remembered that nothing was. Joanne cleaned the cut along my ribs while I sat on the edge of an infirmary cot. She said it was shallow. I believed her because she looked too tired to lie gently. Edward stood near the door, arms folded, watching every stitch as if the thread passed through him too. You can stop hovering, I said. No. Joanne did not look up. For once, I agree with him. You both smell like death and bad decisions. I'm fine. That sentence should be banned from this pack. When she finished, I left before either of them could stop me. I did not go to the war room. I did not go to my room. There was one place I had avoided for years, and suddenly every path in my life pointed there. The cedar trail waited behind the eastern trees. I walked it alone. At least I tried to. Edward followed. I sensed him before the bond warmed in my chest. He kept far enough back that the branches swallowed most of his footsteps, far enough to pretend he was giving me space, close enough to come if I fell. Once that would have made me furious. Now it only made my throat ache. The old cedar stood where the trail bent toward the ravine, enormous and dark against the morning sky. Its roots twisted above the soil, like hands refusing to let go. Rain had washed the earth clean, but I still remembered it slick with mud. I remembered crawling. I remembered pressing one hand to my stomach like I could hold life inside by force. My knees hit the ground before I decided to kneel. For a while I only stared at the roots. Then I started digging. The earth was cold beneath my fingers, damp, stubborn. I clawed at it until mud packed beneath my nails and the stitches in my side pulled sharp enough to make me breathe through my teeth. A small glint appeared between two roots. My silver moon charm, tarnished now, bent at one edge, still there. I lifted it with both hands. The sound that came out of me was not a sob at first. It was smaller, worse, a broken breath that had waited years to be heard. I'm sorry, I whispered. The trees said nothing. I'm sorry I left you here alone. Edward stopped at the edge of the clearing. I did not look at him. If you came to tell me to go back, don't. I didn't. His voice was low, careful. I came because I couldn't let you walk here alone. A pause. But I'll leave if you ask me to. I closed my fingers around the charm. I should have asked. I should have sent him away, and kept this grief mine, the way I'd kept everything else. But I was so tired of being the only one who knew where the wound lived. Stay there, I said. I can do that. For a long moment he did. Then I heard him move, slow enough that I could have stopped him. He came only as close as the opposite side of the cedar and knelt. He held something in his hand. A little carved wolf. It was rough, small, made from dark wood. One ear was uneven. The legs were too thick. Edward had never been a man made for delicate things, and yet he had tried. My vision blurred. When? I asked. Last night. His thumb brushed over the wolf's back. After the council. I couldn't sleep. He placed it beside the silver moon, not touching it, as if even the charm might reject him. For them, he said, if you'll allow it. The tears came then. Silent at first, then not. I bent over the roots and covered my mouth, but there was no stopping it. Years of rage and blood and loneliness broke open beneath that tree, and Edward did not reach for me. He did not try to make my grief prettier. He stayed on his knees across from me and let me fall apart without asking me to hurry. I hated you, I said through the tears. I know. No, I lifted my head. I hated you because it was easier than missing you. His face changed. Something in him cracked wide, but he held himself still. If I missed you, I whispered, then I had to admit there was a place beside me, where you should have been, when I bled, when I woke up, when Joanne told me. My voice failed. I couldn't survive wanting you there. Edward bowed his head. I'm sorry, he said. I almost flinched from the words, but he did not stop there. I'm sorry for that night, even the parts I didn't choose. I'm sorry I was too proud to admit I had been drugged. I'm sorry I let shame keep me silent. His voice roughened. I'm sorry I believed my pain gave me permission to be cruel to you. For calling you stray. For making this house feel like another battlefield. For not chasing the truth harder. For not seeing how broken you were when you stood right in front of me. The wind moved through the cedar branches. Edward looked at the charm and the little wolf beneath the roots. I am sorry our child had only one parent to mourn them. That one broke something new. I pressed both hands to the earth and cried like the mountain had finally given me permission. Edward's hand moved across the roots. He stopped halfway, waiting. I stared at it for a long second before placing my muddy fingers over his. The bond warmed between us, not healed, not whole, but no longer only a wound. A twig snapped behind me. Edward's head lifted. The air changed. Bitter. Wolfsbane. Down! He snarled. The first arrow hit the cedar above my head. The second sliced through Edward's coat as he threw himself across the roots and shoved me behind the trunk. Rogues burst from the trees. 3. No, 4. Mace's scouts. I snatched my knife from my boot and met the first one low, driving steel into his side before he could shift fully. Edward took another by the throat and hurled him into the cedar hard enough to shake needles loose over us. A blade flashed near my ribs. I twisted too late. Edward moved faster. He stepped between us. The knife meant for me sank into his side. For one heartbeat, nobody moved. Then the scent hit me. Wolfsbane. Thick. Poisoned. Wrong. Edward ripped the attacker's throat open with one brutal swipe, but his knees buckled before the body fell. No. I caught him as he went down, his weight dragging me to the roots beside the silver charm and the little wooden wolf. His blood spread hot over my hands. His eyes found mine, already fighting to focus. Maya? He breathed. No, don't you dare. I pressed both hands against the wound. Edward, stay with me. His body shuddered. The bond flared with pain so sharp it stole my breath. I threw my head back toward the trees, toward the pack house, toward anyone who could hear me. Joanne! I screamed. Joanne! The mountain threw my voice back at me. Edward's blood was hot between my fingers, too much of it, soaking through his torn shirt and my hands as I pressed down on the wound. The poisoned blade had gone deep beneath his ribs. I could smell the wolfsbane before I saw the dark veins crawling from the cut. No, I whispered, as if the word could hold him here. No, Edward. Look at me. His eyes found mine, unfocused and burning with pain. You're hurt, he breathed. I almost laughed. I almost broke. You are not allowed to worry about me right now. His mouth twitched like he wanted to answer, but the movement became a shudder. The bond between us jerked hard enough to make me gasp. Pain tore through my side, though the blade had not touched me there. Edward's pain. His wolf was fighting, and losing ground. Branches cracked behind me. I snatched my knife with one blood-slick hand, ready to kill whatever came through the trees. Eric burst into the clearing first, 2 warriors behind him. His gaze dropped to Edward and sharpened. Get Joanne, he barked. She's coming, one warrior said. Brenda heard the scream. Brenda. Of course she had. Eric dropped beside me and shoved his hands over mine, adding pressure. Edward snarled weakly, more instinct than threat. Easy, Eric said. Save your strength for not dying. Edward's breath hitched. The dark lines had reached higher now, branching beneath his skin toward his chest. Move him, I said. Eric shook his head. If we lift him wrong. If he stays here, he dies on wet dirt beside our child's grave. My voice broke on the last word. Move him. No one argued after that. They carried him back on a cloak stretched between 2 branches. I walked beside him the whole way, one hand locked around his wrist because I needed to feel his pulse. It stuttered beneath my fingers. Too fast, then too slow. The cedar trees blurred around me. The silver charm and little wooden wolf were still behind us, tucked between the roots. I had just learned how to share grief with him. I was not going to lose him in the same breath. By the time we reached the healer's hall, Joanne was waiting at the doors with her sleeves rolled and her face set hard. Inside, she ordered. Brenda stood behind her, bruised and bandaged, holding a basin of hot water like she intended to drown death itself if it came too close. They laid Edward on the main cot. His body arched the moment Joanne cut his shirt away. The wound had gone ugly around the edges, darkened by wolfsbane. His claws tore through the blanket beneath him. Joanne cursed under her breath. Processed poison. Mace, Eric said. No, worse. Joanne's eyes flicked to mine. This was made to move through the blood fast, to burn the wolf from the inside. My hands curled at my sides. Then stop it. I'm trying. She worked quickly. Antidote, herbs, a silver-edged tool she heated over flame. Edward did not scream when she cleaned the wound, and somehow that terrified me more. His jaw locked, his body shook, sweat slicked his throat. The bond thrashed inside me like a trapped animal. Joanne looked over her shoulder. Everyone out except Maya. Eric stiffened. If he shifts, he won't survive shifting. Joanne's voice cut through him. Out. Brenda hesitated only long enough to press a clean cloth into my hands. Hold on to him, she said softly. Stubborn men need reminding. Then she left with the others. The room became too quiet. Joanne mixed something black and bitter in a cup and forced it between Edward's lips. Most of it went down. Some spilled along his jaw. It's not enough, she said. My heart stopped. What does that mean? It means the poison is outrunning the antidote. No. Maya. No. I stepped closer to the cot. Do something else. There is something. Joanne's eyes were steady, but not gentle. The mate bond. The room tilted. I stared at her. No. It would not be permanent completion, she said quickly. Not a claiming. Not the full bond. A bridge. Temporary. If you open yourself to him, his wolf can borrow strength from yours long enough for the antidote to work. My throat closed. Open myself to him. I had spent years locking every door inside me, every road, every soft place where he used to live. I had turned the bond into a prison and called it survival. What will it do to me? Pain, Joanne said. His. Some memories may cross. Yours may too if you cannot shield them. I won't lie to you. It will hurt. Edward's head turned against the pillow. Even dying, he hurt enough. No, he rasped. I looked down at him. His eyes fought to focus. Don't ask her. Joanne's mouth tightened. I am not asking you. I said no. And I said you are dying. His gaze found mine. Maya. There it was. My name. Not as a weapon. Not as an accusation. As a plea. He was trying to save me from his pain, while poison ate him alive. Something in my chest cracked open. You don't get to make this choice for me, I whispered. His breath trembled. I won't trap you. You won't. I looked at Joanne. Tell me what to do. Joanne moved fast before courage could sour into fear. She cut her palm, then mine, shallow lines across the skin. She pressed my bleeding hand to Edward's chest above his heart and laid his hand over mine. Breathe with him, she said. Do not fight the bond. Let it find its path. The first breath nearly killed me. Fire ripped through my ribs. My spine bowed. I would have fallen if Joanne had not gripped my shoulder. Edward's pain flooded me. Not just the wound, the poison, the burning crawl of wolfsbane through blood, the wolf clawing at bone, the body trying to become something strong enough to survive and being denied. I gasped. Edward growled, broken and furious. Stop! No, I choked. Shut up. Then the room vanished. I was somewhere else. Music, lanterns, the old celebration hall glowing gold. Edward stood near the long table, younger, sharper, restless in a way I remembered too well. His eyes kept moving toward the door, looking for me. Talia stepped into his path with a cup in her hand. For courage, she said, smiling. Edward barely looked at her. I don't need courage. You might. If you plan to speak to Maya tonight. At my name, he took the cup. I felt the drink go down his throat. Bitter. Wrong. His fingers tightened around the metal. The room blurred. Talia's smile changed. Edward tried to set the cup down, but his hand missed the table. She caught his wrist, stepping close enough to make it look intimate. "No," he said thickly. The memory wavered. Her hands slid up his chest. He pushed at her shoulder, but his strength came slow, trapped beneath the drug. "Maya," he muttered. Talia's mouth brushed near his ear. "Hush," she whispered. "Maya needs to see this." The door opened. I saw myself standing there, younger, hopeful. One hand pressed low against my stomach, fingers curled over the secret I had carried to him. Then my face broke. The memory tore through me. Edward tried to say my name. He tried to shove Talia away. His mouth formed the first sound before darkness swallowed him whole. I came back with a cry. Joanne was still beside me. Edward still lay beneath my hand, but the dark lines had stopped spreading. "Maya?" Joanne asked. I could not answer. The truth sat inside me like a blade pulled free too late. He had not chosen her. The kiss had been staged, a weapon sharpened for my eyes. But knowing did not erase the years after. It did not bring back the child. It did not unmake every cruel word, every lonely night, every time he had looked at me like I was the one who destroyed us. Still, something rotten and heavy loosened in my chest. Edward's breathing steadied. Joanne exhaled. "Good. Hold a little longer." So I did. I held him through the poison's retreat, through the fever, through the moments his wolf snarled inside the bond, and mine answered, not with anger, but with teeth bared against the same enemy. Hours passed, or minutes. I did not know. At last Edward's eyes opened. He looked at me first. Not Joanne, not the ceiling. Me. His voice was barely sound. "You saw?" My fingers were still tangled with his. I should have let go. I didn't. "Enough," I said. His eyes closed like the word hurt, and healed him at once. Before he could speak again, the door burst open. Eric stood there, blood across one sleeve, and urgency carved into every line of him. Joanne snapped, "Not now." "Jay's been hit." The room went cold. I turned. "What?" "Northridge attack. Silver and Wolfsbane. He's alive, but he can't command." Eric's gaze moved to Edward. "We need the enforcer." Edward pushed himself up. Joanne shoved him back down with one hand. "Absolutely not." He caught her wrist, weak but steady. "My brother." "With Elizabeth," Eric said. "Breathing. For now." Edward swung his legs over the side of the cot. His face tightened, but he did not fall. I moved before I decided to, sliding under his arm to brace him. He looked down at me. For 1 second, everything unsaid stood between us. Then the war horn sounded outside. Edward straightened, still poisoned, still bleeding, still held together by stubbornness and the bond between us. "Then we end this," he said.
My legs nearly gave out before I reached the door. Maya's arm tightened around my back, her shoulder braced beneath mine like she had decided the mountain itself could break before I did. Pride should have made me pull away, it didn't. Joanne cursed behind us. "You stubborn, poisoned idiot, if you tear those stitches open, then stitch him again," Maya snapped. Joanne went quiet for half a breath. I looked down at Maya. She did not look at me. Her jaw was locked. Her hand was still marked with dried blood from where Joanne had cut her palm to open the bond. My blood. Hers. The line between us had never felt thinner or more dangerous. Eric led us through the hall. The pack house had become a battlefield before the enemy ever reached the gates. Warriors ran with blades in hand. Mothers pulled children toward the lower shelters. The air smelled of smoke, fear, wolfsbane, and rain. War horns groaned again from the north ridge. My wolf threw himself against my ribs. I shoved him down. Not yet, Jay first. They had brought my brother to the Alpha's chamber instead of the healer's hall. That told me everything before I saw him. Elizabeth stood beside the bed with blood on her sleeves and murder in her eyes. Jay lay against the pillows, bare-chested, a bandage wrapped tight around his ribs. His breathing was shallow. Too shallow. The silver wound across his side had been burned clean, but wolfsbane still soured the room. For 1 second I was not the enforcer. I was his younger brother again. The boy who had followed him through snowdrifts. The wolf who had believed there was nothing in this world strong enough to put Jay on his back. His eyes opened before I reached him. "Don't look at me like that," he rasped. A broken laugh scraped out of my chest. "You look terrible. You look worse." Elizabeth's hand pressed gently to Jay's shoulder, but her gaze stayed on me. "He cannot command, not for several hours, maybe longer." Jay's mouth tightened like he wanted to argue. Elizabeth looked down at him. He closed his mouth. Even half dead, my brother had sense enough not to challenge his Luna. "The pack needs a war leader," she said. The room seemed to narrow around me. I had led kills, raids, punishments, border hunts that left the snow red behind me. But this was different. This was children in shelters, elders with trembling hands, warriors waiting for a voice to tell them where to die if dying was required. Jay reached for my wrist. His grip was weak. It terrified me. "Not revenge," he said. I swallowed the growl building in my throat. "Mace dies. Yes." His eyes sharpened. Alpha even through the poison. But Silvercrest lives first. Maya stood silent near the door. I felt her through the bond, not thoughts, not words, only the raw edge of her fear and the steel wrapped around it. I nodded once. Silvercrest lives first. Elizabeth stepped closer. "Then go lead them." The war room fell silent when I entered, not out of respect, out of calculation. They saw the blood on me, the strain in my steps, the woman at my side helping me stand. They saw Maya too, and I felt the old judgment move through the room like smoke. Stray, outsider, trouble. My wolf remembered every mouth that had shaped those words. So did I. Eric spread the maps across the table. North Ridge was a strike, not the main attack. They hit fast, poisoned Jay, then pulled back. "To force command confusion," Maya said. Several wolves looked at her. She ignored them and leaned over the map. "Mace wants the mountain pass before the Blood Moon crests. He'll need the Eastern Gorge and the old lower road. If he holds both, he can trap Silvercrest between the ridge and the river." "She's right," Eric said. A few heads turned at that. Eric did not waste breath defending himself. "I've walked the gorge, and if they take it, we bleed for every step trying to get it back." Brenda stormed into the room carrying a basket of bandages under one arm and a rolling pin in the other. I stared at the rolling pin. She glared back. "Someone tries to stop me getting children to the cellars, I'll use what I have." "Good," I said. "Take the lower families beneath the West Hall. Food, water, blankets, keep them quiet and deep." Brenda lifted her chin, already doing it. Of course she was. Joanne followed, smelling of herbs and fury. "I have 6 doses of strong antidote, maybe 20 weaker if no one complains about vomiting." "Warriors on the front line get the strong doses," Eric said. Joanne's eyes cut to me. "And poisoned fools who should be in bed. I'll vomit later." Maya's mouth twitched. It was small. It almost killed me. I pointed to the map. "Eric takes the main line at the Eastern Gorge. Make them think we believe that's where Mace commits his strength." Eric nodded. "And when he doesn't?" "Maya?" She looked at me, surprised that I had asked in front of everyone. Then she stepped closer. "Mace will use the Moonridge trails," she said. Not the ones near the old mine. Those are too obvious now. There's a hunter's cut above Widow's Fall. Narrow, ugly, dangerous in rain. It comes out behind the lower road. A warrior named Callan scoffed. And we're supposed to trust our flank to a stray's memory? The room went colder than winter. Maya went still. I did not. I crossed the room before anyone thought to stop me. Callan was a strong wolf, brave, loyal. He had fought beside me for years. None of that saved him when I slammed him back against the wall with my forearm across his throat. "Say it again," I said softly. His eyes widened. The room held its breath. I leaned closer. Pain tore through my side, hot and vicious, but I welcomed it. It kept me from doing worse. "No," I said, turning my head so every wolf in that room heard me. "Let me say this once, since apparently I should have said it years ago." Maya's breath caught behind me. I did not look at her. If I did, my voice might break. Maya has bled for Silvercrest more than most born under its moon. She has saved my life, Eric's men, Brenda, and half the border wolves you were too slow to protect. My grip tightened on Callan. She knows these mountains better than any wolf in this room. She has earned her place with blood and teeth and loyalty none of you had the right to question. No one moved. "No one," I said, each word cut clean. "We'll call her Stray again." Callan swallowed hard beneath my arm. "Understood." I released him. He dropped his gaze. "Understood." Only then did I turn. Maya was watching me like she had never seen me before and hated that she had. Or maybe hated that she had wanted to. I did not ask for forgiveness with my eyes. I had no right. I only nodded toward the map. "Show us the cut." Her fingers trembled once before she pressed them to the parchment. "Here." We built the war from there. Eric would hold the gorge with the loudest teeth we had. Elizabeth would command the inner house and shelters until Jay could stand. Joanne would send runners with antidote to every fighting unit. Brenda would keep the children alive and anyone foolish enough to argue fed or beaten. Maya would lead a small strike through Widow's Fall and come behind Mace's lower force. I would take the reserve and wait for Mace to reveal himself, because he would. Men like Mace did not send others to break an alpha line and stay hidden in the trees. He would want to watch Jay fall. He would want to see me lose control. He would be disappointed. By the time the room emptied, the sun had sunk behind clouds thick enough to smother the afternoon. Maya remained at the table, staring at the map. I stood across from her. For once, neither of us reached for a weapon. "You didn't have to do that," she said. "Yes," I answered. "I did." Her eyes lifted. I forced myself to hold them. I should have done it long before today. Something moved across her face. Pain, anger, something softer she would not let live long enough to name. "Edward." A runner burst through the door. We both turned. The boy was breathing hard, one hand clutched around a strip of black cloth. This was left at the south gate, for Maya. Every instinct in me went sharp. Maya took it before I could stop her. I watched her read, her expression closed, completely. "What does it say?" I asked. She folded the cloth once, then twice. "Nothing useful. A lie, clean, practiced. And because I knew what lies had cost us, I did not grab her wrist. I did not demand. I did not make my fear a chain around her throat, and I only said, 'Maya.' She looked at me then. For one breath, the bond pulled tight between us, then she turned away. "I need to check something before the strike." She left before I could answer. I let her go. For 10 minutes, then 20. When she did not return, I went to the map room. The door was open, the candle still burned, Maya was gone. My heart did not stop. It became a weapon. On the table, the main map of Silvercrest had been dragged crooked. A knife pinned it in place, Maya's knife. The blade was buried straight through the ruined chapel near the old border. Beneath the hilt, the black cloth waited. I pulled it free. Talia's handwriting curled across it like a snake. "Come alone if you want to hear the truth from my mouth." My wolf rose with a snarl. Maya had gone to the chapel, but this time she had left me a trail.
I did not go to the ruined chapel because I trusted Talia. I went because I was finished letting her choose where the truth was allowed to live. The black cloth stayed folded in my pocket as I moved through the trees, taking the hunter's cut instead of the old road. Rain clung to the branches. Mud sucked at my boots. Behind me, Silvercrest prepared for war, and every step away from it felt like betrayal. But this time, I had not run blind. This time, I had left Edward a trail. My knife in the map. 3 broken branches along the western path. A strip of cloth tied beneath the split pine where only a scout would look. If he followed, he would know where I had gone. If he did not, then I would still have the dagger strapped to my thigh and every reason in the world to use it. The ruined chapel crouched near the old border like something the mountain had tried to swallow and failed. Half the roof was gone. Vines crawled over broken stone. The altar had cracked down the middle, split clean as bone. Once, Pax had spoken vows here. Now only liars came to pray. Talia stood in front of the altar. Of course she looked untouched. Her cloak was dry despite the mist. Her hair fell in soft waves around her shoulders. Even after everything, she still wore beauty like a weapon, sharpened and polished for whoever she needed to fool. "Maya," she said softly, "you came." I stepped through the broken archway. "You said you had truth." Her smile trembled at the edges, pretending sadness. "I thought you deserved to hear it from me." "You don't know what I deserve." "No," she said, and the softness fell away. "I know exactly what you deserve." There she was. Not the wounded refugee, not the frightened friend, not the woman who had cried in Silvercrest's hallways and watched people pity her. The real Talia looked at me with hatred old enough to have roots. "You always did think suffering made you special," she said. My hand hovered near my thigh. "Careful," she laughed. "Still threatening first. Still pretending you don't feel everything too deeply." "I learned from you. Smiling while you stab takes practice." Her eyes flashed. "Good. Let her bleed truth if she would not speak it willingly." "You wanted Edward from the beginning," I said. "Didn't you?" Talia's mouth curved. "Wanted him?" "Maya, I understood him. I saw what he was before you ever knew what to do with him. He was my mate. He was wasted on you." The words struck, but they no longer had teeth the way they once would have. I had seen Edward's memory. I had felt his pain. Talia could not sell me that lie again. "You hated that fate chose me," I said. "I hated watching him look at you." Her voice sharpened. "Do you know what that was like? To stand beside you for years while he walked into a room and forgot anyone else existed? You acted like love was something you had to survive. I would have known how to keep him." A coldness settled through me. Not fear. Clarity. "So you drugged him." For the first time, something like satisfaction lit her face. "Yes." The word landed between us with the weight of a body hitting earth. "A little wolfsbane. Not enough to kill him. Not enough for anyone to suspect anything more than too much wine and too little restraint." She tilted her head. "Mace had people who knew how to prepare it." My fingers curled. "You were working with him even then. I was surviving. You were betraying everyone. I was choosing the side that saw my value. You handed him pack secrets. I handed him scraps." She stepped closer. "At first." The chapel seemed to shrink around us. Outside, the wind moved through the broken roof with a low, mournful sound. "Talia," I said, forcing my voice steady, "tell me what happened that night." She smiled again. This one was cruel enough to be honest. "I gave Edward the cup. He was waiting for you, you know. Pathetic, really. All that vicious pride, and he still looked toward the door every few breaths like a boy." Her lip curled. I told him he might need courage if he planned to speak to you. My chest tightened. He drank, she continued. Then the drug took hold. Not all at once. That was the beautiful part. He knew enough to know something was wrong, but not enough to stop me from arranging the picture. The kiss. The performance, she corrected. And you arrived exactly when you were meant to. I remembered the doorway, the lantern light, his hands not quite right. Her body pressed to his, my own heart breaking so loudly I could not hear anything else. You made sure I saw. I made sure you believed. My throat burned, and after I ran, Talia's gaze flicked toward the trees. Not enough for most people to notice. Enough for me. They were waiting, I said. Her silence answered first, then she shrugged. Mace wanted leverage over Silvercrest. I wanted you gone, our interests aligned. The bond in my chest stirred. Warmth, pain, fury. Edward was near. I did not turn. Talia had not noticed yet, so I kept her talking. You told them where I would run. You were predictable. Her voice softened mockingly. The Cedar Trail, your little hiding place when the world hurt too much. Did you think I never noticed? My nails bit into my palms. You were my friend. I was your shadow, she snapped. Your second, your listener, your keeper of secrets. And what did I get for it? Watching fate hand you everything I wanted. You call what happened to me everything. I call Edward everything. The growl that rolled through the ruined chapel did not come from me. Talia froze. Edward stood in the broken doorway. Rain clung to his dark hair. His coat was open. One hand pressed against the wound Joanne had stitched hours ago, but poison and pain had not made him look weaker. They had made him look less human. His eyes burned wolf bright. Talia, he said. For once, she had no pretty lie ready. Edward. He stepped inside. Each movement was controlled, but I felt the violence in him through the bond. It pressed against my ribs, sharp and shaking. You drugged me, he said. Talia's lips parted. I saved you from a mistake. His face changed. Not rage yet, worse. Grief stripped bare. Maya was my mate. She was going to trap you. I went still. Edward did too. Talia saw it. Some part of her knew she should stop. She did not. Her hatred had waited too many years to be careful now. I saw her, she said, looking at me again. The way she touched her stomach. The way she stopped drinking certain things. The way she smiled when she thought no one was watching. The world narrowed. My heartbeat turned slow and hard. You knew, I whispered. I suspected. Edward made a sound like something being torn from his chest. Talia lifted her chin, eyes bright with ugly triumph. A child would have chained him to you forever. I moved before thought could catch me. My fist cracked across her mouth. Talia stumbled into the altar, but she came back with claws out, slashing for my face. I ducked under her arm and drove my shoulder into her ribs. We hit the stone hard enough to shake dust from the broken wall. She screamed and grabbed my hair. I slammed my elbow into her throat. She choked, but her hand found a blade hidden beneath her cloak. Silver flashed. Edward surged forward with a snarl. Mine? I snapped. He stopped. Barely. Talia lunged. I caught her wrist and twisted until the blade fell. Then I drove her down onto her knees and pressed my dagger beneath her jaw. Her breath came fast. For the first time since I had known her, Talia looked afraid of me. Good. You don't get to say one more word about my child, I said. A slow clap echoed from outside the chapel. Edward turned first, putting himself half in front of me even as blood darkened his shirt. Mace stepped from the trees with rogues fanning out behind him. They lined the broken walls, the old road, the chapel arch. Too many. Far too many. He was larger than I expected, scarred and broad, with a smile that did not belong on anything living. Well, Mace said. That was almost touching. Talia twisted toward him. Mace. He did not look at her. Not at first. His attention stayed on Edward and me, hungry and pleased. The famous bond, he said. Bruised, poisoned, half broken, and still standing. I admit I underestimated how stubborn grief could make two wolves. Edward's claws slid free. Come closer and find out. Mace smiled wider. Tempting, but not yet. Talia rose unsteadily, wiping blood from her mouth. I brought her here. I did what you asked. Now Mace looked at her. The contempt in his gaze was almost gentle. You did what jealousy made easy. Her face tightened. You needed me. I needed a door, he said. Doors are useful until the army walks through. Talia's confidence cracked. For one shining second, she understood what it felt like to be used as a weapon, and then discarded. I felt no pity, only the edge of satisfaction, bitter and brief. A horn sounded in the distance, then another, not from the chapel, from Silvercrest. My blood turned cold. Mace's smile became a blade. While you gathered old truths, my wolves began taking your mountain. The clouds shifted above the broken roof. Red light spilled across chapel stones. The blood moon rose over the ridge, huge and merciless, staining the mountain like an open wound. More horns answered. War cries followed. Edward reached for me. This time I took his hand. Mace lifted his arm and every rogue around us drew steel. Run home if you can, he said. I want you to watch what falls first. Edward's hand tightened around mine. For one breath, the ruined chapel held all of us still. The rogues along the broken walls, Talia bleeding beside the altar, Mace smiling beneath the red spill of the blood moon. Then Edward moved. He threw a knife so fast I barely saw his arm lift. It buried itself in the throat of the nearest rogue. I was already turning, dragging my blade free as two more came over the shattered stones. We did not speak. We did not need to. Edward took the right. I took the left. His pain burned through the bond, sharp and hot beneath his ribs, but underneath it was something stronger. Fury. Focus. Mine answered it, and for the first time, the bond did not feel like a wound being torn open. It felt like teeth. A rogue lunged for me with a hooked blade. I dropped low, cut across his thigh, then drove my dagger up beneath his ribs. Edward caught another by the neck and slammed him into the chapel wall, hard enough to crack stone. Maya! Talia screamed. I turned just as she threw the fallen silver blade. Edward shifted in front of me. No! I shoved him aside with my shoulder. The blade sliced through my sleeve instead of his chest. Talia's eyes widened. I smiled without warmth. You always did have terrible aim when you were desperate. Mace laughed. Go. Let them run. That was when I understood. He did not need us dead here. He wanted us delayed. Silvercrest, I snapped. Edward's gaze cut to mine. He knew it too. We broke through the chapel's side wall together, into the mud and wet brush beyond. Rogues chased us, but they did not know these paths. I did. I had learned them hungry, grieving, half mad with loss. I had learned where the roots rose like traps, and where the ground dropped away without warning. 2 rogues went over Widow's Fall, screaming. I did not look back. By the time the pack house came into view, the mountain was burning. Not all of it. Not yet. But torches moved through the trees in 3 separate lines. North Ridge, Eastern Gorge, Lower Road. 3 sides. Talia's maps had given Mace the bones of our home. The first clash shook the valley before we reached the gate. Wolves collided in the dark, fur and steel and blood beneath the red moon. Silvercrest warriors held the front, but the line bent under the force pressing against it. Eric stood at the Eastern Gorge like a wall made flesh, sword in one hand, claws out on the other. Hold! He roared. You give them one step, you give them your children. The line answered with a snarl that shook the trees. Inside the courtyard, Elizabeth moved among the frightened families with calm hands and an iron voice. West Hall shelters. Keep low. No one runs alone. Mother's with me. Older children help the little ones. There was blood on her dress. None of it seemed to be hers. Brenda shoved a bundle of blankets into a young warrior's arms and cuffed him behind the head when he froze. If you can stand, you can carry. Move. Joanne had set up beneath the covered walkway, cutting poison from wounds, forcing antidote between clenched teeth, her hands moving too fast for fear to catch them. For a heartbeat, I saw Silvercrest not as the house that had judged me, not as the walls that had held my grief, but as something alive and desperate to survive. Then Edward staggered. I caught him before he could hide it, his jaw locked. I'm fine. You are bleeding through Joanne's stitches. I said I'm fine. You are a liar. His eyes flicked to mine, wolf-bright even through the pain. Later. A horn blasted from the lower road. Eric turned sharply. They're behind us! Mace had sent the second wave through the cut I warned them about. I looked toward the ridge, then the old tunnel entrance half hidden behind the supply shed. Moonridge tunnels, I said. Edward grabbed my wrist. Not to stop me. To anchor me. How many? As many as can run quietly. He looked toward the center of the battlefield, where Mace's banner, black cloth marked in bone-white lines, had appeared beyond the trees. His wolf surged against mine through the bond. Mace. I have to take him, Edward said. I know. The words should have broken something between us. They didn't. I stepped closer, close enough that our shoulders brushed while the world burned around us. Do not die before I get back. His mouth tightened, almost a smile and almost pain. You either. Then we separated. I took 12 wolves through the tunnel mouth, including Callan, who could barely meet my eyes after the war room. Good. Shame made some men useful. Stay on my heels, I ordered. The left passage drops into Old Minewater. The right cuts behind the lower road. No torches unless I say. No one called me stray. No one questioned me. We ran beneath the mountain while the battle thundered above. The tunnels smelled of damp stone, old rust, and earth that had forgotten sunlight. My palm skimmed the wall, counting turns by memory. Once I had used these passages to hide from a life I could not bear. Now I used them to save one. We came out behind Mace's lower force. They were facing Silvercrest, laughing as they prepared to strike the courtyard from behind. They never saw us. Now, I whispered. We hit them like the mountain had opened its mouth. Callan took the first one down. I cut through the second, then shifted halfway. Claws, teeth, strength enough to tear a weapon from a rogue's hand and bury it in his own chest. Silvercrest's lower line saw us emerge and surged forward. For the first time that night, Mace's army faltered. Through the bond, I felt Edward find him. A burst of pain tore through my side. Not mine. Edward's. I looked toward the main field. Under the blood moon, Edward and Mace collided. Mace was bigger, brutal, and fresh, while Edward was still fighting poison. But Edward moved with the deadly grace that had made enemies whisper his name. Each strike was meant to kill. Each block cost him blood. I took one step toward him. A blade touched my throat. Still running to him, Talia hissed behind me. After everything. I froze. Her breath shook near my ear. You think this makes you strong? Forgiving him? Standing beside him like your dead child is some stone you can step over? The words went in deep. She knew exactly where to cut. My fingers loosened around my dagger. Talia pressed closer. He will have more children. Men like him always do. Maybe this time you'll keep one long enough to matter. Something in me went still. Not empty. Not broken. Still. I drove my head backward into her face. She cried out, and I spun, catching her wrist before she could slash me. We hit the ground hard. She clawed at me like a cornered thing, all beauty stripped away, All masks gone. You took everything from me, I snarled. You had everything. I had a child. Her face twisted. I slammed her wrist against a stone until her knife fell. Then I straddled her, dagger pressed to her chest, right over the heart I was no longer sure she had. She went motionless beneath me. Maya, she whispered, and there it was, the old voice, the friend voice. Please. My hand trembled. For one red, terrible moment, I wanted to sink the blade deep and watch the mountain take her. Then I thought of a silver charm beneath cedar roots. I thought of a heartbeat that never had the chance to become a howl, and I knew I would not give Talia the power to make me into something like her. I lifted the dagger. Bind her, I ordered. 2 Silvercrest warriors rushed forward and dragged her up. Talia spat blood at my feet. You should have killed me. No, I said. You should have never mattered this much. A roar split the field. Edward. Mace had driven him to one knee. The rogue leader stood over him, silver axe raised, grinning like victory already belonged to him. I ran. Every sound narrowed. Every body became only an obstacle. The bond flared between Edward and me, wild and open. His pain, my fury, his strength, my direction. Mace swung. I threw my blade. It struck his wrist, knocking the axe wide enough that it buried in the mud beside Edward instead of his skull. Edward surged up, claws ripping across Mace's chest. I hit Mace from behind, wrapping my arm around his throat and driving my knee into the back of his leg. He threw me off, but Edward was already there. Together, we drove him down. Not cleanly, not easily. Mace fought like an animal born from war, but the bond he had tried to break moved between us faster than thought. Edward forced him left. I was there. I opened his guard. Edward struck. When Mace lunged for me, Edward took the blow and held him long enough for my knife to find the gap beneath his ribs. Mace stared at me, then at Edward. Understanding darkened his eyes. The bond, the weapon he had made by failing to destroy us. Edward's claws closed around his throat. Mace died beneath the blood moon without another word. For one breath, the battlefield seemed to stop. Then Silvercrest howled. Victory rolled through the valley, fierce and wounded. I turned toward Edward, but a shrill laugh cut through the sound. Talia stood bound between 2 warriors, hair loose, face bloodied, eyes bright with one last cruelty. You're celebrating too soon, she called. My stomach dropped. Edward went rigid beside me. Talia smiled. I set the healer's hall burning before I came. The world tilted. Joanne, the injured. The children Brenda had moved through the west corridor. Jay. Elizabeth's scream rose from across the courtyard. Smoke curled above the packhouse roof, thick and black, lit orange from beneath. Edward grabbed my hand. We ran toward the burning healer's hall. Smoke rolled over the courtyard in thick, choking waves, swallowing the wounded and the warriors trying to reach them. The healer's hall had always smelled of lavender, bitterroot, clean linen, and Joanne's sharp temper. Now it smelled like pitch, blood, and terror. Flames clawed through the windows. Someone screamed inside. Edward did not slow. Neither did I. Buckets! Eric roared somewhere behind us. Get the line moving, now! Warriors who had been fighting rogues moments ago dropped blades and seized water pails. Others dragged injured wolves away from the heat. The battle was still dying around us, scattered snarls and steel clashing at the edge of the trees, but the heart of Silvercrest had turned toward the fire. Because children were inside. Because Joanne was inside. Because Jay was inside. Elizabeth stood near the entrance, fighting 2 warriors who were trying to hold her back. Her hair had come loose, her face streaked with soot, and her voice cut through the roar of flame like a blade. My maid is in there, Edward shoved past them. Then we get him out. Elizabeth turned toward him, and whatever she saw on his face made her stop struggling. only for a second. Then she followed us in. Heat slammed into me like a wall. I dragged my sleeve over my mouth and dropped low. Smoke gathered thick along the ceiling, twisting black between the rafters. Cots had overturned. Herbs burned in shattered jars. The far wall was already eaten through, red light pulsing behind it like the building had grown a second dying heart. "Joanne!" I shouted. A cough answered from the left. I found her on her knees beside a fallen cabinet, one arm wrapped around a child too small to understand why the world had turned to fire. Joanne's hair was singed at the ends. Blood ran from a cut near her temple, but her hands were still locked around the boy, as if she could hold death away by spite alone. "Back room," she rasped. "2 more. Maybe 3. I have them." She tried to push herself up and nearly collapsed. I caught her by the shoulders. "You are leaving. I am the healer. You are no use dead." Her eyes flashed even through the smoke. "I hate when you sound like me. Then live long enough to complain." I shoved the child into the arms of a warrior who had crawled in behind me, then hauled Joanne toward the door. She fought me the whole way, coughing curses into my sleeve. Outside, Brenda appeared through the smoke with a little girl clutched to her chest and murder in her eyes. "I told them not to put the small ones near the medicine shelves," she wheezed. A burning beam cracked above her. "Brenda!" I lunged. The beam crashed down, clipping her shoulder and driving her to one knee. She twisted at the last second, shielding child beneath her body. I grabbed the girl first and passed her back. Then I hooked both arms under Brenda's and pulled. She cried out, sharp and furious. "Leave me and I'll haunt your kitchen," she snapped. "You don't have a kitchen right now." "That is not funny." It wasn't meant to be. A warrior took her from me, and Brenda immediately started barking orders despite the blood running down her arm. Good. If Brenda was yelling, Brenda was alive. I turned back toward the flames. Edward's fear hit me through the bond. Not for himself. For Jay. For Elizabeth. I ran deeper into the hall. The backroom door had warped from the heat. I kicked it once, twice. On the third strike, the wood split inward. 3 children huddled beneath a treatment table, wrapped together in a blanket. Their eyes were wide and shining in the firelight. I crouched low. "Come to me." One of them shook her head. Behind me, something groaned in the walls. I softened my voice, though my lungs burned. "I know you're scared. Be scared while moving." The oldest boy crawled out first, dragging the smaller girl with him. I tucked her under one arm and grabbed the third child by the back of his shirt when he froze. We crawled. Smoke dragged claws down my throat. The floor burned through my trousers. "Somewhere to my right," Edward snarled. I turned my head. Through the shifting smoke, I saw him near the far row of cots. Jay was half conscious, blood darkening the bandage at his ribs. A beam had fallen across the frame of his bed, pinning him at an angle. Elizabeth knelt beside him, one hand on his face, the other braced uselessly against the wood. "Leave," Jay rasped. Elizabeth did not move. Edward reached them and seized the beam. His wound tore open. I felt it. A hot rip through the bond that nearly made me drop the child in my arms. "Edward!" I shouted. He ignored me. Of course he did. With a sound that was half growl, half agony, he lifted the burning wood enough for Elizabeth to drag Jay free. Flames licked across Edward's sleeve. He did not release the beam until Jay was clear. Then he threw it aside and dropped to one knee. Elizabeth wrapped herself around Jay, coughing. "I am not leaving without him." Edward staggered up and hauled Jay over his shoulder. "No one asked you to." I pushed the children toward the doorway. "Go, follow my voice, do not stop." The oldest boy nodded, crying silently, and led the others through the smoke. By the time we stumbled outside, the roof caved in behind us. The healer's hall collapsed with a roar that shook the courtyard. For one breath, no one moved. Then Joanne began counting children with a voice like broken glass. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where is Mira? I have her, Brenda barked from the ground, one arm wrapped around the little girl she had saved. And if anyone steps on my foot again, I'll bite. A laugh broke from someone nearby, then a sob, then another. Edward lowered Jay onto a blanket. Elizabeth fell beside him immediately, pressing her forehead to his. Jay lifted one shaking hand and touched her hair. Alive. All of them alive. Not untouched, not whole, but alive. By dawn, the battle was over. Mace was dead. His army was broken, scattered into the trees or chained in the mud. Silvercrest stood, though parts of it still smoked beneath the morning sky. Talia was dragged to the old stone cells before sunrise. She did not scream then. She saved that for the tribunal. Jay refused to hold it from a bed. He sat in the great hall with bandages beneath his shirt and Elizabeth at his side, her hand resting on the back of his chair, as if she alone kept him upright. Maybe she did. Edward stood beside me. The whole pack gathered. Eric read the charges in a voice that carried to every corner. Treason against Silvercrest, conspiracy with Mace, theft of defense maps, use of Wolfsbane against the Alpha bloodline, drugging of Edward, enforcer of this pack, orchestrating the attack against Maya, endangering the lives of children, healers, and civilians, causing the death of an unborn child. The hall went silent at that last charge. Not the cruel silence I had known for years. This one had weight. Witnesses spoke, Joanne, Eric, the captured rogues. Edward, whose voice did not shake once, though I felt the cost of every word through the bond. Talia stood bound in silver-laced chains before them all. No fake tears came, no soft trembling mouth, only hatred stripped bare. She would have ruined him, Talia hissed, looking at me. All of you would have watched her do it. Jay's eyes turned cold. No, he said. We watched you try. When the sentence came, I did not stay. I had already given Talia too many years of my life, too many nights, too many tears, too much blood. I would not give her my eyes at the end. Edward left with me without asking. 2 days later, after the fallen were burned and their names spoken beneath the mountain wind, we went to the cedar tree. The old charm was still there, buried beneath roots and years. Small, silver, dulled by earth, but whole. Edward knelt beside me and placed the carved wooden wolf next to it. His hands were careful, reverent, as though touching the smallest bones of our grief. Together we set a smooth stone above them. Edward had carved the words himself. Our first heartbeat, loved before we knew how to save you. I stared at the stone until the letters blurred. I don't know how to stop hurting, I whispered. Edward did not reach for me right away. He had learned. I don't either, he said, but I'll hurt with you, if you let me. My breath broke. He looked at me then, all the violence gone from him, leaving only the man I had once loved, and the man who had finally learned how to stand still in front of my pain. I'll wait as long as you need, Maya. I closed my hand around his. I don't want to keep living like you're my enemy. His fingers tightened carefully around mine, and when I finally cried, Edward pulled me into his arms. This time, neither of us pulled away. For a while, that was the only promise we knew how to keep. Healing did not come softly to Silvercrest. It came with hammer strikes, smoke-stained beams, fresh graves, and wolves waking in the night with screams trapped behind their teeth. The healer's hall had to be rebuilt stone by stone. The eastern wall needed new defenses. Patrol routes had to be redrawn because Talia had sold too many of the old ones to the enemy. No one spoke her name unless they had to. Mace was dead. His army was broken. Talia had been taken beneath pack law, chained and judged for every life she had helped ruin. I did not ask to hear the details after sentencing. I had already survived her once. I would not keep surviving her forever. Jay recovered slowly and hated every second of it. The first time he limped into the courtyard without Joanne's permission, she threatened to sedate him in front of the entire pack. Elizabeth stood beside him, calm as winter, and said nothing. That was how we all knew Joanne had her blessing. Eric rebuilt the borders with grim efficiency. He doubled the ridge patrols, sealed 2 tunnels, opened 3 others, and started listening when I spoke before disaster forced him to. Brenda returned to the kitchen with one arm wrapped and her temper untouched. The first morning she cooked again, half the pack cried into their bowls. She called us all dramatic and added more honey to the bread. Life returned. Not the same life, never that. But something breathing, something stubborn, something that still had teeth. Jay named me Silvercrest's lead scout at the first full council after he could stand for more than an hour. He did it in the Great Hall, in front of warriors, elders, mothers, children, and every wolf who had once looked at me like I was a guest who had overstayed mercy. Maya has bled for this pack, Jay said, his voice carrying through the room. She has saved our children, our wounded, our boarders, and our alpha line. From this day forward, she does not stand under Silvercrest as a stray. She stands as one of ours. The hall went quiet. Then Eric lowered his head. One by one, the others followed. I did not cry. I came close. Edward stood near the back wall, arms crossed, face unreadable to everyone but me. Through the bond, I felt the tremor he hid. Pride, relief, and something like reverence. Afterward, when the hall emptied, he came to me but did not touch me until I lifted my hand. He had learned that. He had learned many things. You earned it, he said. So did you, I answered. His brows drew together. Not forgiveness, I said before he could misunderstand. A chance. His throat moved. He nodded once. I won't waste it. He didn't. Edward did not try to fix years of pain with pretty words. He showed up in the small places where damage lived. He sat with me beneath the cedar tree when grief found my ribs and squeezed. He walked patrol beside me without taking command from my hands. He listened when I woke from dreams of blood and cedar roots and a door half open in lantern light. Some days, I hated him again. Not because he deserved all of it anymore, because grief was not fair. He took those days without turning cruel, without making my pain serve his pride. Some nights we sat on opposite sides of his room and spoke of our child. Some nights we said nothing at all, and slowly silence stopped feeling like a grave. Several months after the blood moon, when the healer's hall smelled once more of lavender and bitterroot instead of ash, Edward asked me to meet him at the cedar tree. I knew before he spoke. The bond knew too. It hummed beneath my skin, quiet and steady, no longer a chain, no longer a curse. The memorial stone rested between the roots, the silver charm and carved wooden wolf tucked beneath it. Wildflowers had grown near the base, small and brave against the earth. Edward stood beside the stone, dressed simply in black, his hair tied back, his hands empty. No witnesses, no council, no feast. Just us, the mountain, and the child who had been loved before either of us knew how to protect love properly. I don't want fate to be the reason you stay, he said. My chest tightened. He stepped closer, then stopped, giving me the space to choose the last distance. Fate gave you to me, he said, voice rough. But fate is not enough. I want you by choice. Every day, every life, every war, every peace. The words went through me slowly, not like a wound, like warmth finding a frozen place. I looked at the man before me, the one who had broken me without knowing all the ways, the one who had been broken too, the one who had finally stopped hiding behind rage and called it strength. Then I stepped into him, his breath caught. Then I choose you, I said. Not because the bond says so, because my heart never stopped, even when I wished it would. Edward closed his eyes. When he opened them, they shone wolf bright and human soft all at once. He bent his head toward my neck and paused. Still asking. Always asking now. I curled my fingers into his shirt. Yes. His mouth found the place where my shoulder met my throat, and the bite was pain, heat, memory, and promise. I held on through it, then marked him in return, tasting salt and breath, and the low sound he could not stop. The bond opened. Not violently, not like war, like a door we had both finally chosen to unlock. For a moment I felt him completely, his fear of hurting me again, his love old and scarred and endless, his grief for our first child, woven so tightly with mine that I no longer had to carry it alone. I pressed my forehead to his chest. Edward wrapped his arms around me carefully, as if strength meant gentleness now. Above us, the cedar branches moved in the wind. Months kept passing after that. Silvercrest healed in layers. Children played near the courtyard again. Warriors laughed too loudly at meals because they had learned silence could be dangerous. Brenda complained that Edward was eating enough for 3 wolves, and then served him twice as much. Joanne pretended not to smile whenever she caught me watching him from across the room. And one morning, standing inside the rebuilt healer's hall, Joanne looked at me for a long time without speaking. I knew before she said anything. My hand went to my stomach. Fear came first, so sharp it almost stole my breath. Then wonder. Then grief, because joy had learned to walk carefully inside me. I waited 3 days before telling Edward. Not because I doubted him, because some truths deserved a sacred place. At dusk, I took fresh flowers to the cedar tree. Edward followed without question, his hand warm around mine. I knelt by the memorial and placed the flowers beside the stone. Our first heartbeat, I whispered. The wind moved softly through the branches. My voice broke, but I did not stop. Your father found us. Edward went still beside me. Slowly, I took his hand and placed it over my stomach. For a heartbeat, he did not understand. Then he did. Every emotion moved through him at once. Joy, terror, love so fierce it shook the bond between us. He sank to his knees in front of me. Maya, he breathed. I'm scared, I admitted. His hands trembled where they held me. So am I. That was why I believed him. Edward pressed his forehead gently to my stomach and closed his eyes. This child will know peace, he whispered, and the first one will never be forgotten. I placed my hand over his hair. Behind us, Silvercrest glowed with evening fires and rebuilding light. Ahead of us, the mountain waited, wild and uncertain. But this time, we were not facing it as enemies. And when Edward rose and took my hand, I let him lead me home.
I keep replaying every word you said, like a ghost that won't leave my head. I try to move on, but I can't let go. The pain is louder than you'll ever know. It still hurts even when I smile. Still burns though it's been a while. I hide the cracks but they always show. Loving you is the wound I can't close. And strangers passing by. Your name still makes my chest run dry. I tell my friends I'm doing fine, but my heart is stuck in another time. Nights are heavy, the silence screams. You come alive in my broken dreams. I reach for you but there's only air, and I'm left alone with the weight I bear. memory's all I need. It still hurts. Yeah, it still